Greetings, fellow fans. You're tuned into Supreme Harry, presenting to you today, what if every goblin, house elf and dragon in Britain felt Harry's pain at age 4 and united to burn down Privet Drive. Show some love by liking and subscribing. Enjoy the story ahead. Chapter 1, The night the world felt him. The cupboard under the stairs at number 4, Privet Drive, measured exactly 4 feet wide and 6 feet long. Harry Potter knew this because he had counted the boards. He had nothing else to count. It was July 31st, 1984. His 4th birthday. He knew it was his birthday because Dudley had told him so at breakfast, in the specific tone Dudley used when delivering information that was meant to hurt. "It's your birthday and you're not getting anything," Dudley had said, spraying toast crumbs, and then laughed until his face went red. Harry had not cried. He had learned, somewhere around age 3, that crying made things louder and longer and worse. So he had looked at his plate, which had half a piece of toast on it, the burned half that Aunt Petunia had deemed not worth eating herself, and he had eaten it and said nothing. Now it was night. The cupboard was dark. Through the slats in the door, Harry could see the thin orange line of the hallway nightlight. He could hear Uncle Vernon snoring through 2 walls and a floor. The house smelled like the roast they'd had for dinner, which Harry had not been given any of because he had, according to Uncle Vernon, looked at it wrong. Harry was very hungry. He was also cold, though it was July, because the cupboard had a draft that came from somewhere behind the boiler that no one had ever fixed. He was sitting with his knees pulled to his chest, his back against the wall, his too large hand-me-down shirt doing nothing useful. There was a spider in the corner above him. He could just make out its web catching the nightlight's glow, and he had named it Gerald, because Gerald was a good name and it seemed like the spider deserved one. He pressed the heel of his hand to his cheek where Uncle Vernon had hit him earlier. It wasn't swollen anymore. These things didn't swell much anymore. He thought that was probably fine. He was 4 years old and he thought it was probably fine. That thought, the specific, terrible smallness of it, is what did it. No one could have predicted the exact mechanism. Not Dumbledore, who had studied magical theory for over a century. Not the unspeakables in the Department of Mysteries, who had instruments dedicated to measuring accidental magic in children. Not the ancient texts in Gringotts' deepest vaults, which described the phenomenon only obliquely, in a language 3 of the 4 contributing scholars had called the tongue of things that should not be. What happened was this: Harry Potter's magic, which had been building since birth in the particular pressurized way that the magic of profoundly powerful children builds, not like water filling a cup but like water finding every crack in a stone, reached a threshold. Not the threshold of danger. Not the threshold of explosion. Something far more specific and far more devastating. It reached the threshold of recognition. His magic had always known what he was. It had just been waiting for him to feel it too. And when Harry pressed his palm to his cheek and thought this is probably fine with the quiet resignation of a child who has never been told otherwise, something in the fabric of his magic simply refused. It did not explode outward. It did not shatter the cupboard door or blow out the windows of number 4. It did something far stranger. It reached, the way a child reaches for a hand in the dark. And everything with magic in Britain reached back. In the depths beneath London, in vaults that had not been opened in living memory, sleeping goblin sentinels snapped awake mid-breath. Not from a sound. From a feeling. A small cold space. A hunger that was not their hunger. A hand on a cheek that was not their cheek. Ragnarok, king of the British goblin clans, was not sleeping. He was rarely sleeping. He was sitting in the war room of the deep halls, the chambers beneath Gringotts that no human had ever been permitted to know existed, reviewing land treaty documents by the light of a green stone lamp, when the pulse hit him. He went perfectly still. The document in his hand crumpled slightly. His knuckles, which were the color of old bronze, whitened. Around him, 3 aides and a senior war captain all stopped mid-motion, mid-word, mid-breath, their faces shifting through the same rapid sequence: confusion, recognition, something that in a goblin looked like fury but ran much deeper. No one spoke for a long moment. Then Ragnar said, very quietly, "How old?" His war captain, Gringotts, a veteran of the last 3 goblin-wizard conflicts and not a creature given to visible emotion, said, "Young. Very young." His voice was rough. 4, perhaps. No older. Ragnar set the document down. He did it carefully, with precision, the way he did everything. "Where?" "Surrey," said one of the aides, already bent over a copper tracking instrument that was spinning in rapid, agitated circles. "Number 4, Privet Drive." "The signal is," she stopped. Looked up. "It's the Potter boy, my king." The war room went very quiet in a different way. Ragnar had known, because Ragnar made it his business to know everything, that the Potter child had been placed with Muggle relatives after the events of 1981. He had known because Gringotts managed the Potter estate accounts, and he had filed the appropriate bureaucratic objections to the arrangement through the appropriate channels and watched them be ignored by a ministry too grateful to Dumbledore to question his decisions. He had even, once, in a moment he had never discussed with anyone, pulled the child's vault records and looked at the name, Harry James Potter, heir to the ancient and noble house of Potter, and thought that it seemed a poor thing, to leave a war hero's son with Muggles who didn't want him. But he had not acted. Because Ragnar acted on calculation, not sentiment. He was old enough to have watched sentiment cost his people dearly. The feeling that was not his feeling was still in his chest, though. Small and cold and hungry and so completely unsurprised by its own pain that it was somehow the worst thing he had felt in 200 years. He thought, with sudden and unwelcome clarity, of his son. Who had been 4 years old when a careless Auror's curse, fired in the wrong direction during a Diagon Alley skirmish, had caught him in an alley. Who had not survived it. Who the ministry had compensated for with a formal apology and a sum of gold that Ragnar had never touched and never would. He stood up. "Send riders to the clan heads," he said. "Full assembly. Immediate." He was already moving toward the door. "And get me a location. I want a door-to-door coordinates on that house within the hour." "My king," said Gringotts, "the statute of secrecy." "I am aware," said Ragnar, "of the statute of secrecy." Gringotts, who had served Ragnar for 60 years, recognized the tone. He stopped talking and started moving. Winky felt it in a linen cupboard in Wiltshire. She was not supposed to be in the linen cupboard. She was supposed to be turning down Lord and Lady Fawcett's beds, which she had already done 3 times because Lady Fawcett had very specific preferences about the precise angle of the turn-down sheet and Winky had been trying to get the angle exactly right without using magic to measure it, which she was not supposed to do because it made Lady Fawcett nervous. Winky had been folding a spare blanket, her enormous eyes focused and her large ears tilted forward with concentration, when the pulse rolled through her like a wave through still water. She sat down hard on the linen shelf. House elves were not, technically, considered sentient in the same way that wizards were considered sentient by the beings who wrote such definitions. They were classified as magical creatures, subcategory bound, and their magical sensitivity was documented primarily as it related to their service obligations. What the scholars who wrote those classifications had never bothered to investigate was what happened when a house elf felt a child suffering, because house elves and children had a particular relationship that ran through the oldest strands of elf magic like a wire through silk. Winky had never had a child to care for. She had hoped, one day, that the Fawcetts would have children, but they showed no signs of it, and in the meantime Winky had poured everything she had into pressing sheets to exactly the right angle and making sure the kitchen was always warm and trying very hard not to notice that she had magic in her she'd never been allowed to use. She sat in the linen cupboard and she felt a 4-year-old's cold and hunger and small resigned certainty that this was just what life was, and something in her cracked along a fault line that had been building for years. She appeared in the Fawcett master bedroom without being called, which she had never done in 11 years of service. "I is needing to leave," she said. Lady Fawcett sat up in bed, alarmed. "Winky, it's the middle of the night." "I is knowing," said Winky. "I is still needing to leave." She tugged at the pillowcase on Lady Fawcett's side, smoothing it automatically, because the habit was too deep to break. There is a child. He is needing somebody and nobody is there. I is going. You can't just, Winky, you're bound. I is releasing myself, said Winky, and she said it the way someone says a thing they have known for years and have simply been waiting for the right reason. The bond between her and the faucets, she felt it, the old magic of it, and she took hold of it the way you take hold of a thread and she simply let it go. Not broke it. Released it. Like an exhale. It turned out it was that easy. It turned out it had always been that easy. Lady Fawcett said something else but Winky was already gone. In the mountains of Snowdonia, where the Welsh green dragons had their northern colony, the adolescent female the herdsman had taken to calling Ember 3, because dragons were never formally named by humans, who were generally not alive long enough to have the conversation, was not sleeping either. She was lying on the high shelf of rock that she had claimed as hers, looking at stars, being vaguely irritated by the other adolescents below her who kept squabbling over a kill, when the pulse hit her. Dragons are not typically emotional creatures, in the way that the term is understood. They are, however, deeply empathic in ways that no wizard naturalist had ever lived long enough to document, because the kind of trust required to document dragon empathy was not the kind of trust that had historically been cultivated between dragons and the people who hunted them for their body parts. The pulse felt like fire in a cold place. That was the only way she could have articulated it, if she'd had anyone to articulate it to. Fire in a cold place, and the cold place was smaller than her head, and something living was in it. She was on her feet before she knew she was moving. Below her, the squabbling adolescents had all stopped. She could see them lifting their heads, all 8 of them, turning in the same direction. South-southeast. Surrey. The oldest of them, a massive male who had never in his life shown interest in anything more than food and territorial disputes, looked at her across the colony shelf. She looked back. Then they were all moving, not in the coordinated way of a hunting pack, but in the old way, the deep way, the way that dragons moved when the colony instinct fired and individual preference became irrelevant. South. Southeast. Surrey. The first sign that Vernon Desley got that his night was going very wrong was when the kitchen window exploded inward. Not broke. Exploded. As in, one moment there was a window and the next moment there was not, and where the window had been there was a goblin standing on the sill, and then another one behind that one, and then what appeared to be the entire kitchen filling with very small, very angry, very armed creatures who were looking around with the specific intensity of people who had come to find something and were not going to be polite about it. Vernon had come downstairs for a glass of water. He was in his dressing gown. He was holding his glass. He was not, in any meaningful sense, prepared for this. Where, said the foremost goblin, who was shorter than Vernon's knee but carried himself like a man who could buy and sell Vernon 12 times over, is the child. Vernon's mouth opened. Vernon's mouth closed. The cupboard, said a voice from behind him, very small, very matter-of-fact, and Vernon spun around. Winky was standing in his hallway. She had arrived through what appeared to be nothing, no crack, no pop, not even the usual house elf arrival sound, and she was already walking toward the cupboard under the stairs. Her enormous eyes were fixed on the door. Her hands were shaking but her jaw was set. You can't just, Vernon started. Winky touched the cupboard door. The lock, which Vernon had put on himself with a bolt from B&Q, fell off. Not was unlocked. Fell off. Dropped to the floor in pieces. Winky's hand hadn't even moved. She opened the door. Harry was sitting against the back wall, knees to chest, looking at the door with the calm wariness of a child who had learned that unexpected things happening at night were rarely good things. He had Gerald's web tilted toward the light behind him. His glasses, one lens cracked, held together with sellotape that Petunia had applied without ceremony, were slightly crooked on his face. He looked at Winky. He looked at the goblin appearing around the corner of the hallway. He looked at what appeared to be a great deal of movement and light outside the windows. He looked back at Winky. "Hello," he said. Winky made a sound. It was not quite a word. It was the sound a person makes when they have been holding a breath for much longer than they realized. She knelt down in front of him, which put her eyes level with his, and she looked at his face, the cheek, the too thin jaw, the carefulness with which he was holding himself, and she put one small hand on his arm very gently. "You is Harry Potter," she said. "Yeah," said Harry. "I is Winky." She paused. "You is coming with us now." Harry looked past her at Vernon, who was backed against the kitchen doorframe, having been very efficiently surrounded by 6 goblins who were not touching him but were standing in a configuration that made touching him seem unnecessary. His face was the color of old putty. Petunia had appeared at the top of the stairs in her nightgown, took one look at the scene below, and appeared to be trying to decide between fainting and screaming. Dudley was somewhere upstairs making a noise that suggested he'd woken up and was not pleased about it. "Is he going to try to stop you?" Harry asked, with the dispassion of a child doing a practical calculation. "He is welcome to try," said Winky. Harry considered this for a moment. Then he reached behind him, picked up a library book he'd found in a rubbish bin down the street and had been reading by the nightlight's glow for 3 weeks, tucked it under his arm, and stood up. "Okay," he said. The hall of number 4, Privet Drive had never contained this many beings before, and it showed. The furniture in the living room had been moved against the walls by goblins who had apparently decided it was in their way. The front door was open, and through it came a light that was not lamplight, orange and shifting and warm, coming from somewhere above and to the north of the house. Ragnarok entered through the front door. He was not the tallest creature in the hallway, which is a statement that requires no mathematical verification, but he moved in a way that rearranged the room around him. The other goblins stepped back. Not in fear, in acknowledgement. He had the quality of someone who had been obeyed for so long that obedience had stopped being personal and become simply the natural response to his presence, the way a river flows downhill. He looked at Vernon first. His assessment of Vernon Dursley took approximately 4 seconds and was visible in the slight shift of his expression, not disgust, something worse. Dismissal. Then he looked at Harry. Harry looked back. Ragnarok had met a great many people in 2 centuries. He had met kings and he had met the people who really ran kingdoms, which were not the same people. He had met wizards at the height of their power and at the depth of their failure, and he had met children who were the future of their houses and children who were nothing of the sort. He had not, in 2 centuries, met a 4-year-old who looked at him with the calm, measuring attention of someone filing away information for later use. "You're a goblin," said Harry. "I am," said Ragnarok. "You're the king," said Harry. Ragnarok's eyebrow moved a fraction of an inch. "What makes you think that?" "The way everyone got out of the way," Harry said, with a small gesture toward the assembled goblins, which was, as observations went, entirely correct. Ragnarok looked at him for another moment. Then he said, "Yes. I am the king." He tilted his head. "Do you know who you are?" "Harry Potter," said Harry. Winky said. "Do you know what that means?" Harry thought about this seriously. "Dudley says it means my parents blew up. But Dudley also says I'm worthless, and I think Dudley's not very smart." Behind Ragnarok, Gringotts made a sound that he quickly converted into a cough. "Your parents did not blow up," said Ragnarok. "They died protecting you. There is a considerable difference." He paused. "What are you carrying?" Harry looked down at his book. "It's about marine biology. I found it." He looked up. "Is that okay?" "I know I'm not supposed to take things but it was in the bin, it's fine," said Ragnarok, in the tone of a man who has not previously had opinions about marine biology but is now adding it to his list of things he will apparently need to have opinions about. "We're leaving now. Is there anything here that belongs to you?" Harry looked around the hallway. At the framed photos of Dudley at every age covering every wall, none of which contained him. At the hooks where coats were hung, none of which held his because he didn't have one. At the tidy, aggressive normality of a house that had always made it clear he was occupying a space that should rightfully be filled with more storage. "No," he said. "Then we're leaving," said Ragnarok. "Wait," said Petunia. Everyone looked up. She was at the top of the stairs. She had found her dressing gown and belted it tight, which seemed to have restored some of her composure, or at least its appearance. Her face was doing a complicated thing. There was fear in it, obviously, because there were several dozen goblins in her house, but there was something else moving underneath it that hadn't quite decided what it was. Dumbledore left him here for a reason," she said. "The blood protection is no longer relevant," said Ragnarok, "given that you have comprehensively failed to provide the conditions under which it operates." He said it without heat, which was somehow more devastating than if he'd said it in anger. "Blood wards are predicated on love, Mrs. Dursley. Not proximity. Not blood relation. Love." He let that sit for exactly 1 second. "I think we can all agree that the operative condition has not been met." Petunia opened her mouth. Closed it. Vernon tried again. He had been trying to work himself up to something for the last 5 minutes, his face moving through cycles of red that suggested internal pressure building toward an explosion. "You can't just take him. You're just, this isn't, there are laws," "There are," agreed Ragnarok, who was already turning back to the door. "Many of them. We will be discussing them at length in the appropriate venues." He paused, not turning back. "You will want to consult a solicitor. I would recommend not a wizarding one, as you have forfeited certain protections under creature law that will make that a remarkably short conversation. A Muggle one may be more useful. Though I suspect you will find the matter considerably above their experience." "What does that mean?" Vernon demanded. Ragnarok looked at Grindax. Grindax produced a scroll from somewhere about his person. He unrolled it partway and read, in the measured tones of someone who has been reading legal documents his entire career, Clause 17 of the Non-Human Beings Accord, 1842. "Any being classified as magical who witnesses or through magical means perceives ongoing deliberate suffering of a child whose magical inheritance is registered and untouched, retains the right of," the short version, said Vernon, white now instead of red. Grindax rolled the scroll back up. "Your house will be burnt down," he said pleasantly. "We brought a dragon." The orange light through the front door got noticeably brighter. Harry, who had been watching all of this with the quiet attention of someone watching a play from the front row, looked out the front door, and then looked back at Ragnarok. "Is there really a dragon?" "Several," said Ragnarok. "Can I see?" Ragnarok paused. Then he said, to Winky, "Make sure he doesn't get stepped on," and walked out the front door. Winky took Harry's hand. Harry, who was not used to people taking his hand, looked at it for a moment, the small brown fingers of a house elf wrapped around his own small fingers, and then curled his hand around hers and walked outside. Privet Drive at 2 in the morning was not, under normal circumstances, an exciting street. It was the kind of street that peaked at Christmas when everyone put their lights up in competitive cordiality and declined sharply from there. Tonight it looked like the end of a different kind of world. The dragons were on the roof of number 4 and numbers 3 and 5 and on the pavement and in the manicured front gardens, and they were enormous. Not enormous in the way that Harry had imagined things when reading about them, and he had read about them, in a science book about reptiles he'd found in the same bin as the marine biology one, which had a section about mythological creatures that the author had clearly included somewhat apologetically. Enormous in the way that made the houses look suddenly small and silly, like toys someone had left on the floor. The one on the roof of number 4 was green, deep green in the orange light of her own slow-burning breath, and she was looking down at Harry with eyes the color of a forest after rain. Not the warm curious look of a dog. The look of someone taking accurate measure. Harry looked back. He had never, in 4 years, felt anything that could meaningfully be called safety. He had felt the absence of immediate threat, occasionally, in the middle of the night when everyone was asleep and the house was just a house and not a machine for making him feel invisible. He had felt the warm adjacent feeling of a library book, of Gerald the Spider, of solving things by himself in the dark. This was different. This was 10 tons of apex predator looking at him from a rooftop with the focused attention of something that had come here specifically for him, and it felt, he didn't have a word for it. He was 4. His vocabulary for the internal weather of humans was limited, let alone for anything larger. But he stood up a little straighter. "Hello," he said, to the dragon on his roof. The dragon made a sound. It was low and resonant and passed through Harry's chest like a bell struck very close. It was not a word. It was not, technically, a threat. It was something older than either of those things, something in the part of language that came before words did, and Harry, who had been listening to what people meant rather than what they said for 4 years because it was the only safe way to navigate his life, understood it perfectly. "I know. I came. You are not alone." He swallowed hard. His glasses went slightly blurry. He pushed them up his nose and blinked, and when he looked up again the dragon was still there, green and enormous and real. "I'm Harry," he told her. The dragon, who was not Ember 3, who would never accept any name given by people who had not bothered to ask her, regarded him with those forest rain eyes. The resonant sound came again, different this time. Lower. Warmer. It sounded, approximately, like Ignis. "Ignis," said Harry, trying the syllables. The dragon's eyes sharpened with something that looked, if you were paying attention, like satisfaction. What happened to number 4, Privet Drive in the next 40 minutes was recorded in the Ministry of Magic's incident log as an event of unprecedented complexity requiring multi-departmental response, and then was quietly filed in a sub-basement where uncomfortable documents went to be forgotten. The goblins did not burn the house with Harry in it, which seems obvious, but is worth noting because the legal distinction apparently mattered enormously and Gringotts had made certain to state it on the record twice. Harry had been removed. The Potter child was in the custody of the Goblin Nation per Clause 17. Everything after that was, legally speaking, a separate matter. Petunia and Vernon and Dudley were escorted out by the goblins with brisk efficiency and deposited on the pavement across the street, and then the goblins moved back, and Ignis, who had not needed to be asked and had not waited for permission, breathed. She did it the way she did everything, completely. Green flame was not the hottest dragon fire but it was the most thorough. Number 4, Privet Drive burned from roof to foundation in 11 minutes, and what Ignis left behind was not charred wood and broken glass but something that would later confuse every Muggle investigator assigned to the case. The fire had burned so completely and so precisely that it had taken only the house and not the ones beside it, not the street, not the gardens. A perfect rectangle of ash. Petunia watched from across the road. Her face was the face of someone who has built a life like a fortress and has just watched the walls come down. Vernon had stopped making sounds. Dudley was crying, but quietly, because even Dudley seemed to understand that this was not a crying loudly situation. Harry watched from the end of the street, standing next to Ragnarok, with Winky's hand in his and the marine biology book under his arm. He watched his cupboard burn. He felt something move through him that he didn't have words for, not at 4, not yet. He would have words for it later, years later, sitting in a very different place with very different people and understanding finally what it meant to have something end so that something else could begin. For now he just watched. "Are you all right?" said Ragnarok, beside him. Not a soft question. A direct one. A goblin question, which were different from wizard questions in that they didn't usually want a polite answer. "Yes," said Harry, and he meant it in a way he never had before. "Good," said Ragnarok. "We're going underground now." He began walking. "Stay close and don't touch anything until I tell you what is and isn't safe to touch, which is going to take some time." "Okay," said Harry. "You have questions," said Ragnarok. It was not a question. "A lot of them," said Harry. "Good," said Ragnarok, for the second time. Questions are the second most valuable currency in existence. The first is accurate information. He paused. "We have time." We will get to all of them. Harry walked beside the Goblin King, through a privet drive that was lit orange and quiet, away from the ash and the hot air and the three pale figures on the pavement who did not call after him. Winky walked on his other side. Above, Ignis lifted off the roof of number 3 with a sound like a sail catching wind, circled once, low, and then rose into the July sky and was gone. The stars were very clear. Harry looked up at them. He had Gerald's web still in his pocket. He'd taken it with him when he left, carefully, the web on a small piece of board he'd lifted off the shelf, and he put his free hand around it now and held it. "Ragnarok," he said. "Yes," said Ragnarok. "Thank you for coming." Ragnarok was quiet for a moment. Around them, the goblins moved in their efficient formations, and the night was warm, and somewhere in the middle distance a Muggle dog was barking with confused urgency at the fading light. "You felt it," said Harry, with the certainty of someone who had understood the thing before he had words for it. "Didn't you? All of you?" Ragnarok said, "Yes." Harry nodded slowly, like something was settling into place inside him. "I'm sorry," he said. "That it reached you." "I didn't mean, don't apologize for that," said Ragnarok. Sharper than he'd intended. He softened it by a fraction. "There is nothing to apologize for. It was necessary. That we know." "Why?" Ragnarok looked down at him. "Because," he said, "you were alone. And you should not have been." Harry was quiet for a while after that. Then he said, "Where are we going?" "Somewhere no one will find you without our permission," said Ragnarok. "Deep. Old. Safe." Harry thought about this. "Okay," he said, for what felt like the 100th time that night, but meant something entirely different now. Not the okay of a child who had learned that disagreement was dangerous. The okay of someone who had considered the options and decided to trust. It was the most powerful thing he had done yet. He was 4 years old, and he was walking away from the place that had tried to make him nothing, and ahead of him was a darkness full of questions and a Goblin King who'd said they had time to answer them. Behind him, number 4, Privet Drive finished burning. Albus Dumbledore's deluminator flickered. He was in his office at Hogwarts, which at this hour was quiet in the way that very old magical places are quiet, not the absence of sound but the presence of an older kind of sound, the deep hum of centuries of spellwork woven into stone. He was not asleep. He was very rarely asleep. He was sitting at his desk with a glass of something warm, reading a letter from an old friend in Snowdonia, and the deluminator, which he kept as a keepsake as much as a tool, a reminder of a night when he had done something he believed was right, flickered and went cold in his pocket. He took it out and looked at it. The deluminator was a device he'd made himself, one of the cleverest things he'd ever constructed, and it had never done that before. It had never flickered. It had never gone cold. It was designed to capture and return light, a simple and elegant tool, and it sat in his palm and felt wrong in a way he couldn't immediately categorize. He set down his letter. He sat forward in his chair. Fawkes, asleep on his perch, opened one golden eye and looked at him. "I know," said Dumbledore, to the Phoenix. He set down the deluminator and picked up a small silver instrument that lived on the left side of his desk, one of a dozen instruments he'd constructed over the decades to monitor various situations he preferred not to leave unmonitored. This one was tuned to the blood wards around number 4, Privet Drive. He had checked it regularly for 3 years. It had always spun in the same steady, reassuring direction. It was not spinning now. He picked up a different instrument. This one was tuned to Harry Potter himself, a delicate thing, like a compass built to track not location but the presence of a specific magical signature. It had pointed steadily southwest for 3 years. It was spinning wildly in every direction and then, as he watched, stopped. Pointed straight down. Albus Dumbledore sat in his chair for a very long moment. Around him, the portraits of the previous headmasters slept, or pretended to. Fawkes watched him with both eyes now. He stood up. Put his instruments carefully away. Dressed quickly, not in his usual robes, something plainer, darker. He was moving with the controlled efficiency of a man who was alarmed but would not let alarm make him careless. "They've taken him," he said, to no one in particular. Or to Fawkes, who was the same thing. Fawkes made a sound that was not quite a trill. "More complicated than that." "I know," said Dumbledore again, and he put his hand on his desk and stood still for a moment. "Not planning." "Not yet." "Something else." Something that lived in the space between certainty and the first crack in certainty, where very proud people spend a long, uncomfortable time before they admit what it is. "I should have checked," he said, very quietly. "I should have checked more carefully." Fawkes did not respond to this. Fawkes was a phoenix and therefore did not offer comfort in the ways that would have been convenient. He simply watched, with those burning patient eyes, as Albus Dumbledore picked up his cloak and began to face what it meant to have made an error in a plan he'd considered foolproof. Outside the windows of Hogwarts, somewhere to the south, the sky over Surrey was orange. It faded before he reached his window to look. Chapter 2, The Stone Halls under London. The passage they took was not the one behind the Gringotts customer service counter. That passage, the one with the minecart rails and the dragon in the depths and the vaults that human customers were escorted to and from with careful management of what they were allowed to see, was the public face of Goblin financial infrastructure. It was, Ragnarok had once observed, like judging a city by its front door. The real passage started beneath a fishmonger's on a side street in Cheapside that had been owned by a Goblin family operating under a Muggle plausible name since 1642. The trapdoor in the cold room behind the gutting tables opened onto stairs that went down for a very long time, and the stairs opened onto the deep halls. Harry counted the steps. There were 247. He knew this because counting was something he did automatically now: stairs, floorboards, the seconds between Uncle Vernon's footsteps and the sound of the bolt on the cupboard. He counted things the way other children breathed. It was useful. It was also something he would eventually stop needing to do, but he didn't know that yet. The deep halls were not what he had imagined underground to look like. He had imagined something like the cupboard, only bigger, dark, cramped, low. What he walked into instead was a space so large that the ceiling was invisible in the shadows above the light of 100 green stone lanterns, and the floor was black granite polished to a mirror finish, and the air smelled like iron and old paper and something mineral and sharp that had no name in any human language but that Harry's lungs decided, immediately, they liked. The walls were carved. Every surface. Not the way people decorated houses, not patterned wallpaper or frames of paintings, but carved the way mountains are shaped, with the sense that the stone itself had been persuaded into new configurations rather than cut. Battles and treaties and faces and symbols, running floor to wherever the ceiling was in an unbroken narrative that Harry understood without being told was history. He stopped walking. Ragnarok, who had been moving without looking back, stopped too. He turned around. Harry was staring at the wall with the complete attention that was, it would become clear, one of his primary qualities. He had his head tilted back and he was moving his eyes slowly along the carved panels with the patient focus of someone reading something important. "That's a war," Harry said. "The Third Goblin Rebellion," said Ragnarok. 1271. "Who won?" "Nobody," said Ragnarok. "Anybody who tells you wars have winners is either lying or selling something." Harry looked at him. "You're both smaller and taller than everyone else down here," he observed. "I am," said Ragnarok. "Is that because you're the king or because of something else?" "Both." He began walking again. "Come." Harry came. Winky kept pace beside him, her hand still in his, which Harry had now accepted as a fact of the evening the way he'd accepted the dragons and the stairs and the burning house. She had said almost nothing since Privet Drive. She kept looking at him, quick sideways glances, with an expression he didn't have words for yet but would later identify as the particular look of someone who has been waiting to be needed and is still processing the fact that they finally are. Around them, the deep halls were alive with movement. Goblins moving in and out of corridors that branched off the main passage with purposeful efficiency. Some were in what Harry would eventually recognize as administrative dress, close-cut dark clothing with insignia he hadn't learned yet, and some were in something heavier, armored, that clanked softly when they moved. All of them looked at Harry. Not rudely. More the way people look at something new in a landscape that has not changed in a long time. Harry looked back at all of them. He had, at this point, essentially no social anxiety, which was not because he was unusually confident but because social anxiety requires some investment in the opinions of others, and Harry had spent 4 years with people whose opinions of him had been comprehensively negative and survivable. "How old is this place?" he asked. "The hall's in this form," said Ragnarok, ahead of him. 400 years. The construction beneath it? 2,000 at minimum. The ground itself? He glanced back. As old as the island. Did goblins build the island? A pause. Then, to Harry's great satisfaction, Ragnarok made a sound that was almost a laugh. "No. Even we have limits." He pushed open a door that Harry had not noticed until it was open, because it was made of the same stone as the wall and was only distinguishable by the way it moved. "In here. There are things to discuss." The room behind the stone door was smaller than the hall. It was comfortable in the way that very old rooms become comfortable, not through decoration but through the accumulated weight of use. A table that had been sat at by too many people to count. Chairs that had been adjusted and readjusted and adjusted again until they were perfectly, accidentally right. A fireplace with green flame, lower than outside, and bookshelves on every wall, and a carpet that had once been red and was now something more complex. "Sit," said Ragnarok, moving to the far side of the table. Harry looked at the chairs. They were sized for goblins, which meant they were slightly too small for him in a way that was not uncomfortable, just specific. He picked the one that looked most used. Winky took the one beside him without needing to be told. "Are you hungry?" said Ragnarok. Harry looked at him. The honest answer and the socially acceptable answer were the same answer, which was new. "Yes," he said. Ragnarok said something in gobbledygook, which was what wizards called the Goblin language, a name which goblins found both reductive and mildly offensive, and Ragnarok privately found both reductive and mildly offensive and so accurate as to be additionally irritating. A goblin appeared from a side door, deposited a tray, and left. The tray had bread on it, and something in a bowl that smelled like meat and vegetables and warmth, and a cup of something that Harry later identified as a kind of tea but that was darker and more complicated than anything he had tasted before. Harry ate. He did it without ceremony and without the hunched self-consciousness that children who eat anxiously develop. He ate like a person who is eating because they need to and is thinking about other things. He kept looking around the room. At the bookshelves. At the fire. At Ragnarok, who was watching him with his hands flat on the table, waiting. When Harry had eaten most of the bowl, he put the spoon down and looked at Ragnarok. "You said we'd get to the questions," said Harry. "I did," said Ragnarok. "I have 43. Gringotts, who had materialized silently behind Ragnarok's chair, made a sound. Ragnarok said, "Then ask them in order of importance." Harry thought about this, genuinely, for about 4 seconds. "Who killed my parents and why?" The fireplace crackled. Ragnarok looked at him steadily. "A dark wizard named Voldemort. You'll hear people call him other names. I'll call him by his name because names matter and refusing to say them is a particular kind of cowardice. Murdered your parents on the 1st of November, 1981, at your home in Godric's Hollow. Why? He was afraid of you." Harry looked at himself. At his too big shirt and his cracked glasses and his small thin hands, one of which was still holding the marine biology book. "Of me specifically?" "Of what a prophecy said you would be," said Ragnarok. "There is a distinction. He didn't fear what you were. He feared what you might become." He tilted his head. Ironically, in attempting to prevent it, he accelerated it. "What did the prophecy say?" That is a longer conversation, said Ragnar. Save it. Next question. Harry accepted this with the practicality of someone who has learned to sequence things. Why did Dumbledore put me with the Dursleys? Because he believed a blood ward, a magical protection that operates through the bond of family love, would keep you safe until you were old enough for Hogwarts. Because he believed, without sufficient evidence, that Petunia Dursley had enough love for her sister's child to anchor the magic required. She didn't, said Harry. No, said Ragnar. She did not. Did he know about what they were like? Ragnar was quiet for exactly long enough that Harry got his answer before the words. He believed you were safe, said Ragnar, finally. Whether he knew what that required him to acknowledge about your daily life and chose not to examine it closely, or whether he simply did not know, that is a distinction I will leave for you to determine when you meet him. I'm going to meet him. Eventually, said Ragnar. He will look for you. He will be thorough about it. When he finds that you are under our protection, there will be a great many conversations about jurisdiction and precedent and the rights of the magical non-human community under both treaty law and the older accords, and most of those conversations will be tedious and none of them will end in your return to Privet Drive. He said the last part flatly. Not as reassurance, as fact. But yes. You will meet him. Harry was quiet for a moment. Is he bad? Ragnar considered the question with the seriousness it deserved. He is a man, he said, who is very good at being certain he is right. It makes him genuinely good at some things and comprehensively wrong about others, and the tragedy of such men is that the two qualities are not distinguishable from the inside. Harry thought about this for longer than Ragnar expected. The Dursleys were certain too, he said eventually. Certain that I was bad. Certain that everything I did was wrong. They were never uncertain about it. He looked at the fire. I think being certain must feel very comfortable. Ragnar looked at the small boy across the table, with his cracked glasses and his marine biology book and his 43 questions, and felt something that he did not name and did not examine and that Grindax, who had known him for 60 years, recognized immediately. It is comfortable, said Ragnar. It is also, frequently, the most expensive mistake a person makes. Winky disappeared at some point during question 17 and returned during question 29 with more tea and a blanket, which she put around Harry's shoulders with the efficiency of someone who has done this kind of thing 1,000 times in 1,000 ways and is currently doing it for the first time for the only person she's actually wanted to do it for. Harry did not tell her he didn't need the blanket. He pulled it slightly tighter. By question 36 they had covered, Voldemort's history in summary, the nature of Harry's scar, the contents of the Potter family vaults, which was when Harry had gone very still and very quiet for a moment and then said, "That's mine," not greedily, but with the specific shock of someone discovering they have been told a lie so comprehensive it contained within it hundreds of smaller lies, the political structure of Wizarding Britain, and the basics of what goblins actually did and were. And wanted, which Harry had asked about with the same interest he'd applied to everything else. Most wizards don't ask about us, Ragnar said, after Harry's question about the Treaty of 1392, which had been both specific and unexpectedly insightful for someone who had learned about it approximately 8 minutes ago. They ask what we can do for them, or they ask us to justify ourselves, or they simply proceed as though we are a particularly sophisticated banking service. You asked what we want. It seems like the more important question, said Harry. It is, said Ragnar. What we want, since you asked, is what we have always wanted. Recognition. Full legal personhood under wizarding law. The return of artifacts taken from us under the post-rebellion settlements of the 1600s, which your ministry euphemistically calls reparations, and which we call theft with administrative paperwork. And the right to use and bear our own weapons, which the wand ban of 1714 removed and the ministry has declined to revisit in over 300 years. Harry was quiet. Then he said, "That's not unreasonable." "No," said Ragnar. "It isn't. But they haven't done it." "No." "Why not?" "Because," said Ragnar, people who have power rarely see reason to give it up without being persuaded. And the most effective forms of persuasion tend to be complicated, expensive, and uncomfortable. He looked at Harry steadily. Which is why I find it interesting, Mr. Potter, that you appear to be exactly the kind of person who will one day have both the standing and the inclination to have that persuasion on our behalf, if you choose. Harry looked at him. You didn't come because of that, he said. It was not a question. No, said Ragnarok. I came because, he stopped. Rearranged whatever he had been about to say. I came because it was right. But it doesn't hurt to plan ahead, said Harry. Gringotts made that sound again, the one he kept having to convert into a cough. Get some sleep, said Ragnarok, standing. We'll continue tomorrow. I have 7 more questions. They'll keep. Will the last one, said Harry, and something in the way he said it made Ragnarok pause at the door. Ask it, said Ragnarok. Harry looked at the green fire. When you felt it, what I felt. What did it feel like on your end? The room was quiet. Winky's hands had gone still on the teacup. Ragnarok stood at the door with his back to the table for a moment. When he turned, his face had something in it that was very old. Like something I had made peace with, he said, deciding it wasn't finished. He left before Harry could ask what that meant. Harry looked at Winky. Winky looked at him. He is meaning something sad, said Winky quietly. That is being his own. Not yours to fix. I know, said Harry. I was just going to remember it. The first week in the deep halls was mostly about Harry learning what things were. Not being taught, Harry had a distinction in his mind, at 4, between being taught and learning, which was that being taught was something that happened to you and learning was something you did, and he strongly preferred the second. He learned by asking questions of whoever was nearby, which was initially startling to the goblins who were nearby, since they were not accustomed to being asked questions by the people they were guarding. He learned that the green flame was goblin fire, which burned at a different temperature from conventional fire and did not consume the stone that housed it and was, according to a junior metallurgist named Brack who was deeply pleased to have someone interested in his specialty, the reason the deep halls had survived every disaster that had happened above ground for 2,000 years. He learned that the walls were not just history but law. The oldest carved passages were the original Goblin codes, which predated anything written on paper or scroll, and which were considered binding in a way that the later parchment treaties were not, because stone did not burn and could not be forged and was a considerably better repository for things you wanted to actually keep. He learned that there were approximately 3,000 goblins in the deep halls at any given time, and that the number swelled when there was something important happening, and that his presence counted as something important happening because the clan heads from all 12 of the British Goblin clans had apparently arrived within 48 hours of his being brought down here, which had never happened in living memory for any reason that wasn't a declaration of war. This he learned from Gringotts, who told him matter-of-factly while Harry was following him to the war room for what was apparently going to be a very long meeting about Harry's legal status. Is it a problem? Harry asked. The clan heads being here. It's a statement, said Gringotts. Goblins don't make statements without being prepared to back them up. Having 12 clan heads show up says, this is our business now. We are watching. We will act if provoked. Is Dumbledore going to provoke you? Gringotts considered this. He will attempt to be diplomatic, he said. Which in my experience is frequently more irritating than provocation. The meeting was long and involved a great deal of gobbledygook, which Harry sat through with patient attention that impressed the clan heads in ways they would discuss for years. He didn't understand most of it. But he watched who looked at whom when certain things were said. He watched hands on the table and the angle of heads and the particular silence that followed certain words. He was, by the end of it, able to tell which clan heads were supportive of his presence and which were skeptical, which two had a disagreement about something unrelated that was creating tension in the room, and which one, a very old female clan head named Vora, whose opinion Ragnarok watched carefully without appearing to, was the deciding voice. After the meeting, walking back through the halls, Ragnarok said, "You were paying attention." Always, said Harry. What did you learn? Vora is the one you need, said Harry. The others will follow her. She was watching me the whole time, but she never looked at me when I looked at her. She wants to decide something and she doesn't want to be influenced. Ragnar was quiet for a moment. She lost her daughter, he said. To a wizard. Not violence, a betrayal of trust. Something that should have been safe that was not. He paused. She will either be your most powerful ally or she will send you back. How do I talk to her? You don't, said Ragnar. You let her come to you. People who are deciding something important need to feel that the decision is theirs. He looked at Harry sideways. You already know this. You did it with me on Privet Drive. Harry had not consciously done anything on Privet Drive. He said so. I know, said Ragnar. That's what made it effective. Vora came on the third day. Harry was in the library, not the main Goblin archive, which he was not yet cleared to access, but a smaller attached chamber that Ragnar had apparently designated as his without explicitly saying so, since it had been stocked with books at reading level for a 4-year-old that someone had clearly gone to considerable effort to find. There were books on goblin history and creature law and basic magical theory, and there were also, because Ragnar had apparently been paying attention, 3 more books on marine biology and 1 on ancient civilizations and 1 on how bridges were built. Harry was reading the bridges book when Vora opened the door without knocking. He looked up. Looked back down. Turned a page. Vora came in. She stood in the middle of the room for a moment, which Harry was aware of without looking up. She was old in the way that very powerful things become old, not diminished but compressed, everything essential and nothing extra. Her eyes were the color of old gold. She sat down in the chair across from him. Not beside him. Across. Like she was here to evaluate something. Harry read for another 2 minutes. Then he looked up. You're Vora, he said. I am, she said. You haven't decided yet, said Harry. Vora's eyes narrowed slightly. Not in offense. In recalibration. What are you reading? How bridges stay up, said Harry. It's about balance. Where you put the tension so that the weight distributes. He showed her the diagram he'd been looking at. It's the same idea as the arches in the main hall, I think. The carved ones near the east entry. The weight goes outward and down, not inward. Vora looked at the diagram. Looked at the wall as though considering the arches he'd mentioned. Those arches are 400 years old, she said. Built by the Deep Stone clan, who had no books on bridge engineering. They figured it out themselves, said Harry. Yes. That's better, isn't it, said Harry. Figuring it out yourself. Better than reading it. Vora was quiet for a moment. Then she said, my granddaughter is 6. She is very clever. She reads everything she can find. She paused. A wizard took her mother from her when she was 2. Harry set the book down. He did not say I'm sorry the way adults did, as a reflexive social gesture. He looked at Vora and he thought about what it meant and he said, she's being raised by you now. Yes. Is she safe? Vora looked at him with those old gold eyes. Yes, she said. She is safe. Good, said Harry, simply, and meant it the way Ragnar had meant things, not as platitude but as solid ground. Vora sat in the chair for a long moment. The library was quiet around them. The green fire was low. You are not what I expected, she said. What did you expect? I don't know, said Vora. Something that needed more protection. Something softer. I'm 4, said Harry. I'm probably going to need a lot of things. I just don't think soft is one of them. Vora made a sound. It was the goblin equivalent of a laugh, which did not involve the face and was entirely expressed through a single short exhale, but Harry already knew enough to recognize it. She stood up. "I'll tell Ragnarok," she said. "You have my clan's support." She left. Harry picked his Bridges book back up. Winky had been finding her own footing. She had released herself from service to the Fawcett's and she had not been bound since, and what she had expected to feel was loss, the disorientation of a creature whose magic was predicated on service finding itself without an anchor. What she actually felt was like a plant that had been growing in a clay pot discovering that there was more soil available than it had imagined. She could do more than she had been doing. She had always known this, in the way you know a door is locked, present, factual, unobjectionable. Now the door was open and she kept walking through it accidentally, discovering what was on the other side. She could move objects without touching them and without the specific bent wrist gesture that house elf magic typically required. She could light the goblin fire without a word or a gesture at all, just by being near something cold and wanting it warm. She could do things with warding, layered, complex warding, that should by rights have required a wand and 7 years of training, and which she apparently just knew. Like knowing how to breathe. She tested these things quietly, in Harry's rooms when he was sleeping, when there was no one to see. Not out of shame. Out of habit. On the 5th day, Ragnarok came in while she was practicing. She had been building a ward on the door, a specific kind that she'd extrapolated from reading one of the books Harry wasn't using, which was on creature magic theory and had been clearly written by someone who had studied house elves from a considerable distance and got some things wrong and some things, by accident, startlingly right. The ward she was building was a layered thing, passive on the surface and active beneath, the kind of thing that would let a friend through without noticing and tell her immediately if something that meant harm tried to enter. Ragnarok opened the door and walked through it and stopped. "What is that?" he said. Winky turned around. "Warding," she said. "For Harry's rooms." "I is reading about, I know what it is," said Ragnarok. "I mean I know the type. That is a D-player vigilance ward. It is used on the treasury corridors." He looked at the door. "You built it in an hour." "I is having the pattern from the book," said Winky. "That book describes the pattern," said Ragnarok. "It doesn't explain the construction. The construction takes months of training under a master ward builder." He looked at her. "Show me your hands." Winky showed him her hands. She didn't know what he was looking for. Her hands were her hands, small, brown, the long flexible fingers that all house elves had. "Again," said Ragnarok. "The ward. Build it again from nothing. I want to watch." Winky built it. It was not difficult. It was like filling in something that was already outlined. She layered the passive surface, the social friend recognition layer, and beneath it set the active vigilance, the threat response, the notification pull, and she tied it to the door frame and let it settle. When she was done, Ragnarok was looking at her with an expression she couldn't read. He reached out and touched the ward. Not testing it, assessing it. The way a craftsperson handles something good. "How long have you been doing this kind of magic?" he said. I don't know," said Winky. "I is always knowing I could. I is just never, there was never a reason. Or a permission," said Ragnarok. Winky looked at him. "There is no permission required," said Ragnarok. "There never was." He took his hand off the ward. House elves have been telling themselves that story for 300 years because it was convenient for the people who owned them that they believed it. He turned. "I'm going to have you work with our ward builders. Not as a student, as a peer. You'll learn the formal notation and you'll teach them what you can do without it." Winky stood still. They would want, they'll object, initially," said Ragnarok. "Then they'll see the work and they'll stop." He walked to the door. "You are not here as the boy's servant," he said, with his back to her. "You are here as his protector, which is a different thing. Make sure you know the difference." Winky thought about it. The difference between a servant and a protector. Between service from obligation and action from choice. Yes, she said. I is knowing. The thing with Dumbledore started on day 11. Harry was in the training room, a large chamber off the main east corridor where goblin warriors practiced, and which he had been given access to after asking Gringotts 8 times and pointing out, reasonably, that if Voldemort came back and tried to kill him again it would be good to know how to do something other than run, when Ragnarok appeared in the doorway with the expression he wore when something bureaucratic was about to become aggressive. Harry was barefoot on the mat, facing a young goblin warrior named Thrix who was 12 years old by goblin reckoning and had been assigned as a practice partner after accepting it with the resigned courtesy of someone who did not expect the arrangement to last. The arrangement had lasted 11 days and Thrix had stopped being resigned on day 4, when Harry had demonstrated that he had absolutely no muscle memory to unlearn and could therefore absorb technique with no interference from prior bad habits. Harry was working on footwork. Just footwork. Ragnarok had been clear that he could drill whatever he liked, but the fundamentals were the fundamentals, and the fundamentals were feet before hands. Harry had drilled footwork for 4 days without complaint, which had impressed Thrix more than anything else. There's an owl at the surface, said Ragnarok. Harry stopped moving. From Dumbledore? Hogwarts seal, said Ragnarok. So yes. What does it say? I haven't opened it, said Ragnarok, and his tone suggested that the owl was still technically attached to its letter and both were waiting in a state of diplomatic suspension. Can I read it? Said Harry. It's addressed to you. Then I should read it, said Harry, and wrapped his hand in the practice cloth he'd been using and went to find his shoes. The owl was in a small antechamber near the deep entrance, a tawny owl of enormous dignity that had clearly been expecting Hogwarts standard receiving conditions and was uncertain what to make of the stone room with green fire and the goblin honor guard and the small boy with cracked glasses who walked up and took the letter from its leg without ceremony and then gave it a strip of bread from his pocket, because Harry's instinct toward any creature was to check if it was hungry. The owl accepted the bread. This seemed to settle something. Harry read the letter. Then he read it again. Then he handed it to Ragnarok. Ragnarok read it. His expression did not change, which was itself a kind of change. The letter was not threatening. That was, perhaps, the most sophisticated thing about it. It was warm and careful and genuinely concerned sounding, and it acknowledged Harry's experience without quite addressing what had caused it, and it expressed in elegant and persuasive language the position that Harry's presence in the wizarding world was important and his safety was paramount and Dumbledore would very much like to arrange a meeting to discuss the situation. He's good at writing, said Harry. He's very good at writing, said Ragnarok. He doesn't say he's sorry. Ragnarok looked at the letter. Then at Harry. No. He doesn't. He says my safety is paramount, said Harry. But he left me in the cupboard for 3 years. He was not angry when he said this. He stated it the way he stated the facts he was always accumulating, cleanly, for the record. I think he means something different by paramount than I do. What do you want to do? Said Ragnarok. Harry thought about it. Not meet him yet, he said. Not until I know more. He looked up. Is that okay? Can we just, not yet? You are not required to meet anyone you don't want to meet, said Ragnarok. You are 4 years old and you are under Goblin national protection. Albus Dumbledore, whatever his standing in Wizarding Britain, does not override that. Harry nodded. Tell him I got the letter, he said. Tell him I'm well. Tell him I'll write when I'm ready. He paused. Tell him politely. He doesn't have to know I'm not afraid of him. Not yet. He paused again. Actually, tell him I'm fine and that I'm being educated and that the goblins have been very kind. He looked at Ragnarok. That last part will bother him in a specific way that isn't insulting but isn't comforting either. I think that's the right level for now. Gringotts, behind Ragnarok, did not even try to convert it into a cough this time. Ragnarok took the letter back. He held it for a moment. I'm going to enjoy these next several years, he said, which was about as open as he ever got about anything, and went to compose a reply. On the 14th night, Harry couldn't sleep. This was not unusual. He had not been sleeping well since Privet Drive, not from trauma, or not only from trauma, but also because there was simply too much to think about. The deep halls were comfortable and they were safe and they were more interesting than anything he had ever been in, but they were underground, and the underground had no sky. He missed the sky. He hadn't known you could miss something you'd never had much access to until it was gone entirely. He had Gerald the spider in a small glass box now, with a twig and some leaves, which Winky had furnished without being asked. Gerald seemed content. Harry was less sure about himself. He got up and found his shoes and walked out into the hall. The deep halls at night, which was a designation based on the surface world's clock rather than any light change underground, were quieter but not empty. There were always goblins moving. Always fire in the lanterns. Always the hum of stone that was not a sound but a feeling, the particular resonance of 2,000 years of habitation pressed into rock. He was walking without direction, running his hand along the carved walls, when he found the chamber. It was not on any map he'd been shown. It was off a side corridor, behind a door that was not locked but was not obvious. You had to know to push at the blank-looking section of wall, and Harry found it because his hand on the carved stone found a seam, and his hands and his brain were always talking to each other, and his brain said door before his eyes caught up. Inside was a pool. Not a swimming pool, or a bathing pool, a deep, still pool of water that glowed from below with a light that was silver blue and had no visible source. It was round, approximately 8 feet across, and perfectly still, and around its edge were carved in what appeared to be much older stone than anything else in the deep halls a series of symbols that Harry had not seen before and that looked different from the historical carvings, less narrative, more concentrated, the way certain equations look before you've learned what the symbols mean. He sat on the edge. He didn't touch the water. It seemed like the kind of water you didn't touch without knowing what you were dealing with, and Harry was always cautious about what he touched until he understood it. He looked at the light from below and thought about everything, Ragnar's son who had died, which Gringotts had mentioned to him obliquely. Winky, who was blooming in these halls in a way that she had apparently never been allowed to before and kept catching herself looking surprised by her own capability. Ignis, who was somewhere above in the sky that he missed. The Bridges book and the bridge-building arches and the idea that strength was about where you put the tension, not how much of it you had. He thought about his parents. He thought about them the way he had for 4 years, as a fact, not a feeling, because he had no memory and therefore no feeling to attach to the fact. But the fact was getting more detailed now. They had been real people. His father had been a potter, which was apparently a thing with history and weight. His mother had been Muggle-born, which Ragnar had explained with the specific neutrality of someone communicating a fact that other people treated as a judgment. His mother had died for him. He had known this as the bare fact for 4 years. Sitting by the glowing pool in the deep halls, it was becoming something with edges. He put his hand on the floor and felt the stone. The stone was warm. He hadn't expected that. Stone was always cold, in his experience, the cupboard floor, the garden path, the concrete of the school playground. This stone was warm, a deep internal warmth like something was alive in it, and when he pressed his palm down he felt it move against his hand, not like an animal, like water, or like breath. Like something very slow and very old breathing. His magic, which had been doing interesting things since the night of his birthday, tasting the air of the deep halls, exploring the space, learning what it was in a new environment the way it had never been allowed to explore in the cupboard, woke up all the way. It didn't explode. It didn't hurt. It just expanded, like a breath after a long time of not breathing fully, and where it touched the stone there was a sound. Low and resonant and familiar. It sounded like Ignis. Harry looked around the empty chamber. The pool glowed a little brighter. "I know," said Harry, to the room, to the stone, to whatever was present that had no name yet. "I know. I'll get there." He stayed by the pool until the surface clock said morning, and then he went to find Ragnar because he had new questions, and the questions were not about who he was or what had happened to him but about what he was going to do next, and this, he thought, while walking through the warm stone halls with his cracked glasses and his rumpled clothes and the quiet certainty of someone who has found, finally, ground worth standing on. This was a better kind of question. Above him, a very long way up through rock and soil and the ordinary streets of London, Dumbledore was composing his second letter. And in the mountains of Snowdonia, Ignis was looking south. The other dragons in the colony had settled back into their rhythms of sleep and hunt and territorial dispute. She had not. She was on her high shelf of rock, looking south-southeast toward London, toward a specific point below London, and she was breathing in slow measured pulses. She would be patient. She was a dragon. Patience was not a virtue she'd been taught, it was something older and deeper than that, bone level, the patience of something built to outlast mountains. But she was watching. And she was waiting for him to be ready. Chapter 3, Where Fire Lives. The transfer happened on a Tuesday in October, 3 months after Privet Drive burned. There was no ceremony about it, which was how Harry preferred things. Ragnarok had spent a week in increasingly pointed discussions with the Dragon Reserve Authority, a subdivision of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures that nobody at the Ministry liked to admit was largely decorative, and the Welsh Dragon Preservation Society, who had opinions about human access to dragon colonies that were simultaneously reasonable in principle and wrong in every specific application to this particular situation. Ragnarok had won all of these discussions not by arguing but by presenting documents. The documents were, frankly, overwhelming. Ragnarok had a gift for legal architecture, for constructing arguments out of precedents the way other people built walls out of stone, each piece load-bearing, nothing decorative, the whole thing capable of withstanding essentially any weather. By the end of the week, the Ministry had agreed that the boy could visit the Welsh Green Colony under Goblin supervision, which was not what Ragnarok had asked for but was close enough that he accepted it as an opening position and began planning the next round. Harry, when told, said, "Is Ignis okay with it?" Ragnarok looked at him. She was consulted. What did she say? She said, Ragnarok paused. He had been present for the consultation, which had involved a senior dragon liaison official attempting to communicate with Ignis through a series of intermediary hand signals, and Ignis ignoring the intermediary entirely and looking at Ragnarok, and Ragnarok doing something with his hands that the liaison official had not been able to follow and which Ragnarok had declined to translate in full. She said yes. "You speak Draconic," said Harry. "Enough," said Ragnarok. "Can you teach me?" Ragnarok was quiet for a moment. "I can teach you what I know," he said. "Which is functional. The finer registers, the deep tonal language, you'll have to get from her." He paused. "Dragons don't typically teach humans any of their language." "She talked to me on Privet Drive," said Harry. "I know," said Ragnarok. "That's why you're going." The journey to Wales was 2 hours by enchanted carriage, underground for most of it, emerging in a limestone valley in Brecon Beacons that smelled like cold water and sheep and, underneath both of those, something volcanic and alive that Harry felt in his chest before he saw anything. Winky came. She had, by this point, been working with the Goblin ward builders for 2 months and had redesigned 3 sections of the deep hall's defensive layering in ways that the senior ward builder, a taciturn goblin named Fen who had been doing the job for 40 years, had called, in his one recorded emotional outburst, structurally embarrassing for the rest of us. She wore this as the compliment it was. She also still made sure Harry had his scarf on when it was cold, which Harry accepted because Winky's care for him had nothing to do with servitude and everything to do with the specific ferocity of someone who had chosen. Grindax came with 4 goblin guards, which was theater more than practicality since Harry was arguably safer near a dragon colony than anywhere else in Britain, but which satisfied certain treaty obligations about supervision that Ragnarok had agreed to in writing and intended to fulfill to the letter. They came up from the valley floor onto a shelf of rock that looked across a steep-sided coombe, a bowl of mountains cupping a long flat valley, and Ignis was already there. She was bigger than Harry remembered. 3 months of growth on an adolescent Welsh green was considerable, and she'd shed since he'd last seen her, the new scales brighter and deeper, more saturated, like the difference between a leaf in August and a leaf just opened in May. She was lying with her 4 feet on the rock's edge looking down at the valley, and she turned when she heard them, not with the sudden head snap of an animal startled but with the slow deliberate turn of something that had known they were coming since they left London. Harry walked to the front of the group. Then he kept walking, past where Grindax's body language suggested stopping, until he was about 15 feet from her, which was close enough that he could see the specific texture of her scales and the way her pupils, vertical slits in those forestrain eyes, adjusted. He looked at her. She looked at him. "I learned some things," he said. "Since the last time." He glanced back at Ragnarok, who gave a minimal nod. Harry looked back at Ignis and said, carefully, in the tonal sequence that Ragnarok had drilled him on for the last 2 weeks, the low-register greeting, the 2-note acknowledgement of time past, and then his name. Not Harry, the draconic approximation, which was a chest-resonant sound that started low and moved forward, something like a breath becoming a word. Ignis went very still. Then she exhaled, a long slow breath that smelled like hot stone and made Harry's eyes water slightly, and the sound she made was not the greeting back she was supposed to give according to the tonal sequence Ragnarok had taught him. It was something with more layers. Richer. Like a chord where he'd played a single note. "What does that mean?" Harry asked, looking back at Ragnarok. Ragnarok was looking at Ignis with an expression Harry had not seen on him before. "It is, approximately, you came back." He paused. The exact tonal layer beneath it doesn't translate. It's, relief would be the closest human term. But bigger. Harry turned back to Ignis. He felt something move through him, the same thing he'd felt sitting by the glowing pool in the deep halls, large and clean, like wind through a new space. "Yeah," he said, to her. "I came back. The first week was about distance and fire. Not fire as a weapon. Fire as language. This was the thing no wizard naturalist had ever lived long enough to understand, that dragons breathed fire the way humans use tone of voice, that the temperature and color and duration of a breath were as meaningful as any sequence of draconic sound, and that the two systems worked together in a grammar that was entirely unlike any human language because it had 3 dimensions and involved the whole body. Ignis started teaching him on day 2, which was fast by any standard. She would breathe, a short, specific breath, and watch him. Harry would try to understand it. He was 4, which meant his logical vocabulary for describing what he was feeling was limited, but what he had that compensated for this was the thing he'd developed in the cupboard, the ability to pay attention to things below the level of conscious processing, to read meaning before he could articulate it. He felt the short hot breath and it felt like a question. He looked at her and raised his eyebrows, which in whatever hybrid communication system they were developing meant yes, that's what I understood. She did it again, longer. More heat. Definitive. Statement, he thought. That one was a statement. Short breath, question. Long hot breath, statement. Cool breath, memory or past tense. The broad grammar was assembling itself in him the way the bridge book had, structural logic first, then detail. Winky watched from a respectful distance and did not interfere. She was learning too, though differently. She was reading the colony's social dynamics, who deferred to whom, who moved with tension and who moved freely, the geography of the 30-odd dragons who inhabited this particular shelf system. She had a theory about wards that was emerging from watching dragon territory marking, and she was writing it down in a small notebook that Ragnarok had given her, which she carried everywhere. On day 4, Ignis did something new. She moved back a few feet, spread her wings partially, not threateningly, more like opening a book, and breathed a stream of fire directly up, and then sideways, and then down, in a specific arc. Harry watched the arc, watched it again, when she repeated it. Then he tried to do it with his hands, traced the same arc in the air, feeling the shape of it. Ignis watched his hands. Then she did it again, at 1/3 the size. "You're scaling it down," Harry said. "For me." She looked at him with those evaluating eyes. "I can't breathe fire," Harry said. "I mean, I probably can't." He paused. "Can I?" He held up his hand and focused on the feeling from the pool, the expansion, the stone warmth, and pushed it toward his palm the way you'd push water through cupped fingers. He didn't expect anything. He was experimenting. A flame appeared in his palm. It was small. It was exactly the color of goblin fire, green-blue, slightly shifted, and it was warm but not burning, sitting in his hand like something that had been waiting to be held. It lasted about 4 seconds before he lost focus and it went out. Harry stared at his palm. Ignis made a sound. He was getting better at the language fast enough that he could identify this one. It was the 3-note sequence that meant, depending on register, either interesting or as expected or, at the register she was using, something that split the difference between the two. "I didn't know I could do that," said Harry. She looked at him with what was clearly, unmistakably, "I did." Behind them, at a careful distance, Gringotts had stopped writing in his dispatch notebook. He was looking at the scene, the boy and the dragon on the mountain shelf, the small flame in small hands, and his face had gone through something complicated and settled on complicated. He pulled out the notebook again and started writing, faster. Ragnarok would want to know. Ragnarok always wanted to know, and this was the category of thing Ragnarok filed under important for later in the way he filed most things, not with excitement but with the patient satisfaction of someone whose predictions were coming correct. What Gringotts wrote was, "The child is a natural conduit. The dragons already know. The goblins suspected. The elves have apparently known since day one. The question is no longer what he is. The question is what happens when the ministry figures it out." He folded the note and sealed it and gave it to the owl he kept in a carrier at his belt, which was the most undignified part of being Ragnarok's aide and which he had stopped complaining about 3 decades ago. The months in Wales moved differently from the months in London. The deep halls had a rhythm imposed by schedules, meal times, training times, meeting times, the structure of a civilization that ran on precision. The mountain shelf had the rhythm of weather and hunger and light, and Harry adapted to it with a naturalness that surprised the goblin guards, who had expected more difficulty. He woke when light came. He learned when Ignis was teaching. He ate what Winky brought, which she transported from the goblin supply cache in the valley with increasingly impressive efficiency. He drilled footwork and movement until the rock knew the shape of his feet. He slept when dark came, under a ledge that faced west, where on clear nights the sun went down in colors he'd never seen from Privet Drive because Privet Drive faced north. He was growing. Not just in the obvious physical sense, though he was growing in that sense too, noticeably, and Winky was constantly adjusting his clothes with the slight irritated fondness of someone winning an unwinnable war. He was growing the way things grow when they're finally in the right soil. By December, he could hold a flame for 30 seconds and had reasonable control of its color. By January, he was building small fire structures, not architecture, play, a flame that split into two, a flame that turned on itself, a flame that he could hold in both hands simultaneously and pass between them. Ignis watched all of this with the satisfaction of a teacher whose student is making her look good. The draconic was coming faster than the fire. By February he could carry a full exchange at basic level, could ask and answer, could express time and direction and intent, and was working on the harder registers, the ones that required tonal ranges his human voice couldn't fully replicate. Ignis had solved this, pragmatically, by teaching him a hand signal system that ran parallel to the verbal one, so that what his voice couldn't do his hands could supplement. They had conversations. This was the thing Harry could not have explained to anyone, what it was like to have a real conversation with Ignis, who was 18 months old in dragon terms and therefore young, but who was young the way a river is young, moving fast and clear and with the full weight of its source behind it. She was interested in everything. She was opinionated. She had specific views on the colony's territorial arrangements that she did not hesitate to express, and on the behavior of the older dragons, and on the weather patterns over Snowdonia versus the Brecon beacons, and on what Harry was doing with his magic that she thought he was not approaching correctly. One afternoon in March, she corrected his fire technique for the 4th time in an hour with a series of pointed draconic syllables and an expression that communicated "You're thinking about this wrong." Then show me the right way, said Harry, in Draconic with hand supplementary, which had become their normal mode. She showed him. The fire came from lower down, she communicated, not from hands, not from chest, from something more central, somewhere around the solar plexus, and it came up and out rather than being projected. Less like throwing something, more like opening a door. Harry tried it. The flame that came was 3 times the size of any he'd produced before and lasted until he decided to stop it. Oh, he said. Ignis made the as-expected sound. You could have told me that 2 months ago, said Harry. She looked at him steadily. He knew enough Draconic body language now to read it. You weren't ready 2 months ago. He wanted to argue. He looked at the flame in his hands, steady, controlled, breathing with him, and decided not to. The first ministry visit happened in March. 2 officials from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures came up the valley path with clipboards and ministry credentials and the expressions of people who had drawn the short straw for this assignment. They were polite. They were professionally polite, which is a specific and exhausting kind of polite that means the politeness is structural and cannot be taken personally. They spoke to Gringotts, who was professionally polite back. They asked to observe the child's interactions with the dragon. Gringotts showed them his document permitting observation from a specified distance. The distance was significant. Harry was aware of them. He was on the shelf with Ignis, working on a new fire construction that Ignis had introduced, a contained burn, a fire that stayed exactly where it was put and neither spread nor died until specifically ended. It required a kind of sustained attention that was different from anything he'd done before, not the focused intensity of building something but the relaxed steady attention of holding something, like cupping water. He held the fire. It burned. It stayed exactly where it was. He walked around it, checking, and Ignis walked around it from the other side, checking, and they looked at each other across the small perfect fire and she made the sound that meant correct. He let it go. The ministry officials wrote things on their clipboards. They wrote for a long time. On their way back down the valley path, one of them said to the other, just quietly enough that they thought no one could hear, "He's 4. He turned 5 in July," said the other. "He's 5. I know. That fire was, that's not, there is no classification for, I know. What are we going to put in the report?" A pause. "Exactly what we saw. And then I'm going to make sure I have my resignation letter drafted before anyone reads it, because I don't want to be in that office when someone decides to do something about this." Dumbledore read the ministry's report 11 days after it was filed. He had contacts in the department who had learned, over decades, to make sure certain documents crossed his desk. He read it in his office at Hogwarts, twice, with Fawkes watching. Then he folded it and put it in a drawer and sat for a long time looking at the middle distance. He had sent 3 letters to Harry since October. He had received 3 replies, brief, polite, clearly written by someone too young to have written them without help, but carrying a particular quality that he recognized and that made the back of his neck prickle. The letters said, "I am well. I am learning many things. Thank you for writing. I will be in touch when I am ready." Not "we will be in touch." Not Ragnarok says. Just, "I will be in touch when I am ready." He thought about the boy on the mountain shelf, 5 years old, Welsh green dragon, ministry confirmed fire control, and he thought about prophecies and plans, and the plan he had built very carefully over 4 years and which had now been fundamentally revised by a painpulse and a goblin king and a house elf who'd released her own bond, which was itself a thing that was supposedly impossible. The plan had never included this. The plan had included a sheltered, slightly undersized, socially isolated boy arriving at Hogwarts at 11 with a natural gift for magic and a hunger for belonging that would make him receptive to guidance. The plan had not included, at any point, 5 years old and fire control and a dragon who was apparently conducting language lessons. "He'll still need Hogwarts," Dumbledore said, to Fawkes. "Education. Structure. Peers." He paused. He needs the full picture of the wizarding world. Not just the creature side of it. Fawkes made a sound that was not disagreement but was definitely not agreement. He needs to come into it on his own terms, Dumbledore said, slower. Not persuading Fawkes. Working out what he actually thought. I pushed too hard before. I was certain without, he stopped. I should have checked, he said, for the second time since October. It was getting easier to say. He was not sure if that was progress or just habit. I should have checked more carefully. He picked up a piece of parchment. Put it down. Picked it up again. He wrote, Harry, I hope this letter finds you well on the mountain. I imagine the views are extraordinary this time of year. I have no requests and no agenda in writing today. I simply wanted you to know that I think about you often, and that I am here if you have questions. I suspect you have many questions. I have been told you are very thorough about them. I hope they are being answered well. Albus Dumbledore. He sent it before he could revise it. Harry read Dumbledore's letter 3 times, the way he read everything 3 times. Once for the surface. Once for the gaps. Once for what the writing style told him about the writer. He was sitting on the west-facing ledge with Ignis behind him. She often sat behind him in the evenings, which created a windbreak and also a warmth that was more comfortable than any blanket, with the letter in one hand and a piece of mountain grass in the other that he was using to help him think, which was a habit he developed and couldn't entirely explain. He's trying differently, Harry said. Ignis made an inquisitive sound. First letters were, carefully structured. Trying to be reassuring. This one's just, he looked at it. He says he has no agenda. Which might mean he has no agenda. He turned the grass between his fingers. Or it might mean he's smart enough to know that saying he has no agenda is more effective than having one. Ignis breathed out a small cool breath, past tense, memory. She did this when she thought he was missing the obvious. You think I should just answer honestly, said Harry. She looked at him. But I don't know him, said Harry. Honest with someone you don't know is, she made a short hot sound, statement. You're saying it doesn't matter if I know him, Harry said. You're saying honest is honest. She held his gaze. He looked at the letter again. He says he thinks about me often, he said. I think that's probably true. I think he thinks about me the way you think about a thing you built that went wrong, trying to figure out what happened. He paused. I think he's genuinely sorry. I just don't think he fully knows what for yet. He put the grass down and picked up his quill. He wrote, Professor Dumbledore, the views are excellent. I have learned to make fire stay in one place. I am also making progress in a language that doesn't translate into English, which I find very satisfying. You asked if my questions are being answered well, most of them. The ones about my parents are getting more detailed, which is both better and harder than I expected. I have a question for you, if you don't mind. What do you actually think happened when Voldemort's curse didn't work? I have theories. I want yours. Harry Potter. He gave it to Grindax's owl. Then he leaned back against Ignis and watched the sun go down in all its colors. Behind him, Ignis made the sound that meant good. Not well done. Not correct. Just, good. The summer Harry turned 5, the colony had a crisis. It started with the oldest male in the colony, a massive Welsh green that the other dragons called by a sound Harry eventually translated as approximately elder weight, getting sick. Dragon sickness was a specific and frightening thing. They were built to be indestructible, and when something got past the armor it moved fast. Elder weight went from sluggish to barely moving in 4 days, and the colony responded the way colonies respond to the illness of their most central member. The social structure developed fractures. 3 younger males started territorial challenges. 2 of the females who had eggs moved their nests deeper into the colony rock, away from the exposed shelf, creating a space vacuum that the territorial males immediately tried to fill. The energy of the place changed, less the purposeful hum of a functioning group and more the uncomfortable static of a group waiting for something to resolve. Ignis was not neutral about this. She was young but Harry had no word for it in any language yet, but Ragnarok would later call it political gravity, the quality of being someone other people navigate around without being told to. The younger males deferred to her in a way that wasn't about size or age. The females who had moved their nests accepted her presence near the new locations in a way that suggested trust. She was also, specifically, watching the 3 territorial males with the patient attention of someone collecting information before acting. Harry watched her watching. On the 5th day of Elderweight's illness, one of the territorial males, younger, faster, angrier, made a move toward the nesting rock in what was clearly a challenge, more about social position than genuine territorial need. Ignis moved between him and the rock. She was smaller. She made no display, no wing spread, no heat warning. She just stood there, steady as the mountain, looking at the challenger with the flat evaluating gaze that Harry recognized because it was the same look she gave him when he was doing something wrong but that she was going to let him work out himself. The challenger held the position for a long moment. Then he backed down. Harry was watching from his ledge 20 feet away. Winky was beside him, notebook out, writing quickly. She didn't threaten him, Harry said. No, said Winky. She just stood there and was herself until he decided it wasn't worth it. Yes, said Winky. She looked at Harry with those enormous eyes. Is Harry noticing something? I'm noticing a lot of things, said Harry. What he was specifically noticing was that the way Ignis held authority and the way Ragnarok held authority were the same underlying thing expressed through 2 completely different bodies and cultures. It was not about force, though both of them were capable of force and would not hesitate to use it. It was about the absolute absence of uncertainty about what they were and what they stood for, and the way that absence created a gravitational field that other people and creatures simply organized around. He filed this under important for later in the way he was learning to file things from Ragnarok. Elderweight was better by day 8. The colony settled. The territorial males found their positions without further challenge. Life on the mountain went on. In September, when Harry had been in Wales for almost a year, Ragnarok came up from London. He didn't come often, there was a standing arrangement by which Gringotts kept him comprehensively informed, and Ragnarok was busy governing an entire civilization, which required most of his time. When he came, things happened, which was itself a form of information. He found Harry on the training shelf with Thrix, who had come up from London for monthly sessions, and stood at the edge of the shelf and watched without announcing himself for approximately 10 minutes. Harry knew he was there. Harry was working on something new, which was the integration of the fire and the footwork, not using fire as a weapon but using the same internal state that produced the fire to produce more efficient movement. Ignis had shown him, obliquely, how she moved, the weight distribution, the way she held power in reserve rather than expending it constantly. Harry had been trying to translate this into human movement for 3 weeks. What it looked like, from the outside, a small boy moving through a practice sequence with a quality of stillness at his center that made the movement look both faster and more economical than the mechanics should have allowed. He finished the sequence. Looked at Ragnarok. You've been standing there for 10 minutes, he said. I know, said Ragnarok. I was watching. What did you see? Ragnarok came onto the shelf. He stood with his hands behind his back in the posture he used when he was thinking about how to say something. I see someone who is 5 years old, he said, with the movement economy of a trained warrior and the magical control of someone 3 times his age. He paused. And I see someone who is aware of what I'm doing before I announce it, which is a different kind of skill entirely. Ignis taught me most of it, said Harry. I know, said Ragnarok. I'm not diminishing that. He looked at the view across the Coombe, the mountains, the long valley. The ministry has filed a formal request, he said. For access. They want to evaluate you. Harry sat down cross-legged on the rock. Evaluate me how? Measure your magic. Classify it. Ragnarok looked at him. Put a number on it and decide what category you belong in and what that means for their existing policy frameworks. What happens if I don't fit the categories? That, said Ragnar, is exactly their problem. He sat down across from Harry, which was not something he did often. Ragnar sat in chairs, at tables, in formal arrangements. Sitting on mountain rock cross-legged was a concession to geography that Harry appreciated. I denied the request, he said. As your legal guardian under Goblin protection law, I have standing to do so. They'll appeal. I'll deny the appeal. They'll escalate. He looked at Harry. Eventually it will become unavoidable. But we are buying time. Time for what? Said Harry. For you to be ready, said Ragnar. Not to be evaluated, you could withstand that now. For you to be ready to walk into their world as yourself, without apology, without hiding, and without anyone having the opportunity to tell you what you're supposed to be before you've already shown them. Harry thought about this. You think it matters, how I come in? I think, said Ragnar, that the way a person enters a room says everything about how the room will receive them. You will not enter the wizarding world as a ward or a subject or a child in need of guidance. You will enter it as Harry Potter. He paused. What that means is still becoming clear. Including to you. I want it to be clear before you walk in. Harry looked at the mountains. The October sky was very blue above them. Ignis was hunting somewhere to the east. He could feel the direction of her without knowing exactly how he knew it, a thing that had developed slowly over the year and that he'd stopped questioning. When I'm ready, said Harry, what does that look like? Ragnar considered it. You'll know, he said. It'll feel like the difference between knowing something and being it. Harry sat with that for a while. Ragnar, he said. Yes. Why did you come up yourself? You could have had Gringotts tell me. Ragnar was quiet for a moment. There are things, he said, that should be said directly. And other things? Other things I wanted to see for myself. He looked at Harry. I wanted to see how you were. I'm good, said Harry. Ragnar looked at him with the old gold eyes that had been looking at things clearly for 2 centuries. Yes, he said. You are. He stood up and brushed stone dust from his hands. I'm staying 2 nights. Gringotts has the dispatch pile and he'll be insufferable about it if I'm gone longer. You could just tell him to handle it. I could, said Ragnar. And he would. And he'd tell me about every decision he made in excruciating detail when I returned because that is how Gringotts expresses trust, through comprehensive documentation, and I will never in 60 years of acquaintance find a way to make him stop. He began walking toward the camp. Come. Winky made something. I could smell it from the valley floor. Harry scrambled up and fell into step beside him, the way he always had, not behind, not deferential, beside. Ragnar had never suggested the arrangement. Harry had simply been there, walking at his pace, and it had stayed that way since October of last year. They walked back to camp in the low October sun, the mountains all around them, the smell of food coming from the direction of the fire. Above, somewhere east, Ignis made a sound that carried a long way on the mountain air. Harry made the sound back, lower, shorter, the acknowledgement return. Ragnar glanced at him sideways. She says dinner, said Harry, with the deadpan delivery he had been developing since roughly age 4. Ragnar looked at him for 1 more second. Then he faced forward and walked, and the sound he made, brief, contained, the goblin exhale, was entirely, genuinely, a laugh. The winter was hard and Harry loved it. The snow came in November and the mountain shelf became a different kind of world, white and sharp and brutally clarifying, everything stripped to its essentials. Harry had always liked cold in the abstract way of someone who associated cold with the particular clarity of being alone with his own thoughts, but mountain cold in winter was different. It was external. It demanded something from you instead of just being something you endured. He drilled in the cold. He learned in the cold. He sat with Ignis in the cold, pressed against her warm flank, speaking Draconic into the white air, watching his breath and her breath make shapes above them. He finished Dumbledore's exchange of letters in November. It had taken all summer, long thoughtful letters, increasingly substantial on both sides, the conversation that had started with "what do you think happened when the curse didn't work" expanding outward into magical theory and the nature of sacrifice and the history of the war and the history before the war. Dumbledore was, Harry had concluded, one of the most interesting thinkers he'd encountered. He was also, specifically, a man who was used to guiding conversations toward conclusions he had already reached, and Harry had twice redirected the letters away from what felt like steering in toward what felt like actual exchange, and both times Dumbledore had noticed, and the response had been a long pause and then something more genuine. He didn't trust Dumbledore. He was 5, he trusted Ragnock and Winky and Ignis and Grindax and Vora, who had visited twice and taught him Goblin counting systems, which were base 7 and beautiful. Trust was something he gave carefully and maintained carefully and was, he had decided, distinct from respect, which he gave to Dumbledore freely because Dumbledore had earned it and which cost him nothing. He wrote, "Your theory about sacrifice magic is the most interesting thing I've read this year, including everything Ragnock's given me. I think you're right that the protective enchantment is still active. I can feel something when I concentrate, something old and layered, like a ward with more structure than one person built. I don't know what that means practically yet. I'll tell you when I figure it out. I think Voldemort underestimated my mother in a way that his own worldview made inevitable. People who believe some kinds of magic are lesser tend to miss the things those kinds can do." H.P. Dumbledore wrote back a week later, and the letter began, "You have made me feel, in a way that I will admit I find both uncomfortable and welcome, that I have been thinking about this incorrectly for 4 years. Thank you for that. It is rare and valuable." Harry put that letter in the box with Gerald's empty web. Gerald had died in November, as spiders do, and Harry had kept the web because Gerald deserved to be remembered, and thought about it for a long time. On the last day of December, the year turning toward the second year since Privet Drive, Harry was on the west ledge alone, watching the sun go down, when Ignis came and lay behind him in the windbreak position. They were quiet together for a while. The sky went through everything it had. He said, in Draconic, full Draconic now, all the registers, voice and hand and the deep chest resonance he'd learned to produce in September, "What was it like when you felt my pain?" She was quiet for a moment. The fire in her shifted color slightly, the internal light that he could see through her scales when she was internally occupied. She answered in the old deep register, the one that was mostly felt rather than heard. He understood it not word by word but the way you understand music, in shape and movement and weight. What she said was approximately, it was as if the fire went out. "Not my fire. The fire under everything. The thing fires are made of." She paused, which in Draconic was a specific held breath. "And then I moved, because the fire under everything does not go out, and moving was the only available response to a thing that should not be." He sat with that for a long time. Then he said, "I'm glad you moved." She made the sound that meant "I know." The last of the sun went down. The mountains went dark. Harry Potter was 5 years old, living on a mountainside in Wales, raised by a goblin king and a free house elf and a dragon who had crossed 2 countries for him. He spoke 3 languages at functional level and 1.5 that had no written form. He could make fire sit in one place and he was learning how to make it move. He knew the history of his world, including the uncomfortable parts, including the parts about himself, and he was adding to that knowledge every day. He was not hiding. He was not shrinking. He was not waiting to be told who he was. He was becoming it, the way mountains become mountains, slowly, under pressure, without apology, and with the full weight of everything that had come before him as foundation. The stars came out. He named them the way he named everything, patient, specific, with attention, because everything deserved a name, and he had time, and the night was clear, and it was good to know what things were called. Chapter 4, The Boy Who Is Not Waiting 3 years passed the way mountain years do, not quickly, not slowly, but with the particular quality of time that is fully occupied. Harry turned 6 on the mountain. He turned 7 in the deep halls, because Ragnarok had declared a formal celebration whether Harry wanted one or not, and Harry had decided he wanted one, which surprised him slightly and surprised Ragnarok not at all. The party involved 47 goblins, Winky's cooking, Vora's granddaughter, whose name was Skeek and who was 6 years old and had strong opinions about everything, which Harry found refreshing, and Ignis appearing at the Gringotts surface entrance and declining to come underground but making her presence known in ways that rattled the upper vaults pleasantly. Dumbledore sent a gift. It was a small silver instrument that told you the weather 3 days in advance, which was both thoughtful and, Harry suspected, a way of saying I know you're living on a mountain and I pay attention. Harry kept it. He used it. He also, on the morning of his 7th birthday, sat down at the table in his rooms in the deep halls, which had expanded since he first arrived, acquiring bookshelves and a workbench and a proper bed that was his size, and wrote a list. The list was titled, What I Know and What I Don't. He had been making versions of this list since he was 5, when Ragnarok had shown him the practice of formal knowledge accounting, which goblins did with their vault assets and which translated, Ragnarok had observed, to any system where you needed to know the difference between what you had and what you owed. The What I Know side was long. It covered goblin political structure, treaty law, draconic language and fire grammar, house elf magic theory, basic wand magic theory from books, no wand yet, not until he was ready, Ragnarok said, and Harry agreed because rushing it felt wrong, the history of wizarding Britain from goblin sources which were considerably less flattering to the ministry than the standard histories, basic alchemy, advanced mathematics through goblin base 7 system, his own magical capability and its current edges, and everything documented about Voldemort's methods and the First War. The What I Don't Know side had 3 things. The first was, what the scar does. Exactly. All of it. The second was, what Dumbledore isn't telling me yet. The third was, what I'm for. He stared at the third one for a long time. Then he crossed it out and rewrote it, what I want to build. That felt more like the right question. The morning after his birthday, Ragnarok called him to the war room. This was not unusual. Since Harry was 5, Ragnarok had been including him in war room meetings with increasing frequency, first as an observer, then as someone who could be asked questions, then as someone whose questions were asked back at the room. The clan heads had stopped being surprised by this after his 2nd year. Vora had been unsurprised since day 1. What was unusual was that when Harry arrived, the war room contained not just Ragnarok and Grindax and the senior clan representatives, but 3 individuals he'd never seen. They were not goblins. They were not human. They were house elves, but house elves like Winky had become and not like Winky had been, free, unbonded, carrying themselves with the upright dignity of people who had made choices. Their clothing was proper clothing, not pillowcases. Their eyes, when they looked at him, were steady. Harry, said Ragnarok, this is the Free Elf Council. Harry looked at them. Looked at Winky, who was standing to the side of the room with an expression that was trying to be professionally neutral and was not entirely succeeding. He looked back at the 3 elves. I didn't know there was one, he said. There wasn't, said one of the 3, a male elf with the specific bearing of someone who had chosen his own name and worn it long enough that it fit perfectly. Until 8 months ago. Winky organized it, said Harry. Not a question. Winky made a sound. The 3 council elves looked at her. She is being instrumental, said the female of the 3. She's being modest, said Harry. She does that. Winky gave him a look that walked the line between fond and exasperated, which was her most common expression where Harry was concerned. The council represents approximately 300 free elves, said Ragnarok. Elves who have released their bonds, or whose bonds were dissolved, or who were never bound in the first place, a category that exists in larger numbers than the ministry is aware of. He looked at Harry steadily. They want formal alliance with the Goblin nation. And you want my opinion, said Harry. I want your read, said Ragnarok. You know Winky better than anyone in this room. You've been living with free elf magic for 3 years. And, he paused, you will eventually be a stakeholder in what this alliance produces, one way or another. Harry looked at the 3 elves. He looked at the room, the carved walls with their Stonelaw history, the green fire, the table that had held more serious conversations than most diplomatic venues in Britain. He looked at Winky. What do you want? He asked the council. Direct, the way Ragnarok had taught him, not as rudeness but as respect, because vagueness wasted everyone's time. The male elf, whose name, he would learn, was Corvin, leaned forward slightly. Recognition, he said. Legal standing. The right to own property and enter contracts and make decisions about our own labor. The right to teach our children what we can do without having them claimed before they're old enough to choose. He paused. We want what goblins want. What every magical being should have. Then you should have it, said Harry. He said it simply, without flourish, because it seemed obvious. He looked at Ragnarok. It strengthens both communities to be formally allied. The magical population that wizards categorize as other is actually, what, a majority of magical beings in Britain. Significantly, said Ragnarok. Then an alliance makes the political math different, said Harry. It makes ignoring the claims harder. More expensive. He looked back at Corvin. What does the ministry know about the Free Council? Very little, said Corvin. We have been careful. Don't be, much longer, said Harry. Not because hiding is wrong, it was smart, while you were building. But the moment you want to change something, visibility is the instrument. He paused. You have to exist in front of people before you can ask them to change how they treat you. The room was quiet. Grindax was writing. Corvin looked at Harry with those steady elf eyes. You are 7, he said. Not incredulously. Factually. I know, said Harry. It's a work in progress. Dumbledore's 4th letter had come in May and had contained, for the first time, a direct question, I would very much like to meet you, Harry. Not to discuss plans or futures or prophecies, simply to meet you, as yourself, which I understand is considerably more than I accounted for. I wonder if you might consider it. Harry had read it on the mountain shelf with Ignis behind him and written back the same day, which was fast for him. He usually let letters sit for at least 3 days, not yet. I'll tell you when. It won't be long now, I'm working on something I want to finish first. I'm looking forward to meeting you too. I think you're going to be surprised. Try not to let it make you difficult. H.P. Ignis, reading the letter over his shoulder in the way she had started doing when his handwriting became large enough to read from dragon distance, made the 3-note interested sound. I know, said Harry. I was a bit rude. She breathed a long cool breath, past tense/memory. Her way of saying, that's not what I was thinking about. What, then? She made the deep register sound for ready. Then the sound for almost. Almost ready, he said. She adjusted slightly, not almost but something more precise, something that required the hand supplement to get fully right, becoming, continuously. He looked at that for a moment. Not almost there but always in the process of becoming there. The distinction was significant. Yeah, he said. Okay. The magical evaluation Harry had been avoiding caught up with him in June, 6 months before his 8th birthday, and it caught up with him in the specific way that inevitable things do, not suddenly, but in a sequence of steps that had all been pointing toward it. The ministry's 3rd formal request, filed through Goblin legal channels, had finally triggered a clause in the non-human beings' accord that Ragnarok could not procedurally block without conceding ground on a different treaty point that was significantly more important to the Goblin nation's long-term interests. Ragnarok had explained this to Harry in full, which was how he explained everything, without softening it. So we have to let them, said Harry. We have to let them, said Ragnarok. What we don't have to do is let them conduct it on their terms. He placed a document on the table. I have countered with conditions. The evaluation will be conducted here, in the deep halls, by a ministry evaluator, their choice, with goblin witnesses and a free elf council representative present. No data leaves this room without my sign-off. No classification is applied without my review. Harry looked at the document. Who are they sending? A woman named Marchbanks, said Ragnarok. Griselda Marchbanks. She's the head of the Wizarding Examinations Authority. She's been conducting magical assessments for 60 years. She is, he paused, selecting his words with the care he used when he was about to say something significant, difficult to surprise and impossible to fool, which means she will not misrepresent what she sees. Good, said Harry. You're not concerned, said Ragnarok. Why would I be, said Harry. He said it genuinely, not as bravado. The question was simple, the evaluation would show what he was, and what he was, he had no reason to hide. I'd rather they know than not know. People are more dangerous when they're operating on wrong information. Ragnarok looked at him for a moment. Griselda Marchbanks, he said slowly, is going to have a very interesting morning. Marchbanks arrived at the deep halls on a Thursday in June. She was 81 years old and had evaluated approximately 1,200 witches and wizards at OWL and Newt level and had, in her long career, seen 2 magical signatures she would describe as genuinely extraordinary. She had high standards. She had low patience for ceremony. She came through the deep halls with the brisk no-nonsense stride of someone who had been underground before and was not going to pretend the green fire was alarming. She noted the carved walls with genuine interest. She was, under the professional severity, a woman of considerable intellectual curiosity, and she arrived in the assessment room set up for her with a look that evaluated it, found it adequate, and moved on. She looked at Harry. Harry looked back. He was sitting in one of the goblin chairs, cross-legged, with a book open on the table beside him that he had been reading before she arrived. His glasses were a newer pair, properly fitted, both lenses intact, and he was wearing clothes that fit him, dark and practical, nothing fancy. He was 7 years old and he had the stillness of something much older. "You're Marchbanks," he said. "I am," she said. "You're Harry Potter." "Yes." He gestured at the chair across from him. "Ragnarok usually sits there. You can use it." Marchbanks sat down. She placed her assessment kit on the table, a series of instruments that she used in standard evaluations, calibrated for OWL level output and above. She looked at Harry across the table. "Have you used a wand before?" she asked. "No," said Harry. "Have you read about wand magic?" "Extensively," said Harry. "Any formal instruction?" "None. I've had goblin combat training, draconic language instruction, house elf ward theory, and everything Ragnarok has thought worth teaching me, which covers most things. No wand magic formally." He paused. "I've done some wandless work. Mostly fire." Marchbanks' expression did not change. "Show me," she said. He lit the candle on the table. Not with a word or a gesture. He looked at it and it lit, and the flame was the precise green-blue of goblin fire, which was not what wax candles produced, and it stayed exactly where it was and burned with the steadiness of something that was not going to go out until he decided it was. Marchbanks looked at the candle. "How long can you sustain that?" "Indefinitely," said Harry. "Until I'm asleep or unconscious. Once it's set, it maintains itself." Marchbanks placed one of her instruments near the candle. The instrument, a small bronze sphere designed to measure magical output, spun, and then spun faster, and then made a sound she had never heard it make before and stopped. She picked it up and looked at it. Put it down. Picked up a different instrument. "The first one's fine," said Harry. "It's just not calibrated for the fire type. Try the frequency one, the copper spiral." Marchbanks looked at the copper spiral instrument and then at him. "You know the assessment kit?" "I read about it," said Harry. "Standard ministry magical evaluation equipment hasn't changed in 40 years. There's a paper in the Wizarding Examinations Authority archive from 1951 that describes the full calibration system. He paused. I found it in Ragnarok's archive collection. He has essentially everything. Marchbanks picked up the copper spiral. Used it. It read what it read, and what it read made her put it down more carefully than she had picked it up. They worked for 2 hours. She tested everything she knew to test. He was cooperative, direct, and precise about what he could and couldn't do, which she found more useful than the usual combination of either showing off or false modesty. When she asked about limits, he told her honestly. When she asked about something she'd seen that she didn't understand, he explained it as clearly as he could and told her when he didn't know the mechanism himself. At the end, Marchbanks sat with her notes and her instruments and looked at Harry Potter for a long moment. You know what I'm going to put in this report, he said. It was not a question. I have reasonable hypotheses, she said. Do you want me to be direct? Please. Your magical output is, currently, at 7 years old, without formal wand training, in the 99th percentile of recorded assessments going back to when we started recording them systematically. In 4 specific areas, wandless controlled magic, fire-type generation, ward building, and magical sensitivity, you are off the chart in a literal sense. The chart doesn't go where you are. She paused. The fire you do is not a known category. The way you do it is not a known methodology. What you're doing with wards is, your companion, she glanced at Winky, who was standing at the wall with her notebook, is apparently the only other person currently doing it, and she's apparently been pioneering the methodology, and it still shouldn't be possible without a wand. Why not, said Harry. Because that's the rule, said Marchbanks. Then she stopped. She looked at what she just said. That's not a satisfying answer, she said. No, said Harry. The rule exists because historically it has been true, she said, more carefully. Sustained, complex wandless magic of this type has not been documented at this level in the modern era. There are historical accounts, pre-wand magic, the older traditions, but they are generally not considered reliable, said Harry. Current, said Marchbanks. She looked at him. I'm going to tell you what I suspect you already know. What you are doing challenges a number of foundational assumptions about how magic works and who can do what with it. The Ministry will find that threatening. I know, said Harry. You're not concerned about that, she observed. Not particularly, said Harry. Should I be? Marchbanks was quiet for a moment. No, she said, and she said it in a way that suggested she had started to say something more diplomatic and had decided, consciously, against it. I don't think you should be. She began packing her instruments. I've been doing this job for 60 years, she said. I have seen 2 magical signatures I considered extraordinary. I am revising that number upward. She stood to leave. Then she paused. Mr. Potter. Yes. When you come to Hogwarts, she said, and you will come, in whatever form and on whatever terms, try not to break the school entirely. Some of us are fond of it. Harry looked at her seriously. I'll do my best, he said. The corner of Marchbanks' mouth moved. Not quite a smile. Something that would have been a smile in slightly different circumstances. Good day, she said, and left. The report hit Dumbledore's desk in July. He read it in one sitting, which was fast for him, and then went for a very long walk around the Hogwarts grounds at 2 in the morning, which was how he processed things that required his full and undivided attention. McGonagall found him on the east lawn at 3:30. She was in her dressing gown and she had a cup of tea, which she had clearly made for herself and had not made for him and was not apologetic about. You got Marchbanks' report, she said. Yes, said Dumbledore. And? He looked at the lake. The squid was doing something luminous in the deep water. Minerva, he said, do you remember when you told me I was making a mistake? I will need you to be more specific, said McGonagall. I have told you were making a mistake on several occasions spanning several decades. When I left him with the Dursleys. McGonagall was quiet for a moment. Yes, she said. I remember. You were right, said Dumbledore. Not as performance. Not as a preface to a however. Just, you were right. McGonagall looked at him. She knew him well enough to recognize when a thing cost him something to say, and this had cost him something. I know, she said, which was also something that cost her, the confirmation of a thing that had needed confirming for 7 years. What does the report say? That he is extraordinary, said Dumbledore. That he stopped. Tried again. Marchbanks says she has never seen anything like it. She says his magical integration, the way he uses magic, not the quantity but the quality, the relationship between his intention and his output, is unlike anything she has documented. She says it's as though 3 years with dragons and goblins and free elves has produced something that formal wizarding education would not have produced. He paused. She says she thinks the conventional educational path would have constrained him. McGonagall was very quiet for a moment. She's probably right, she said. I know, said Dumbledore. He sounded tired. Not defeated, not Dumbledore, never defeated, but the specific tired of someone who has been holding a version of the world in their head for 7 years and has just had to substantially revise it. He wrote to me, he said. In his last letter. He said, he reached into his pocket and produced a folded letter, which he clearly carried with him, and read aloud, I think you built a plan that depended on me being shaped by loss. I understand why, you needed someone who would fight from grief. But Ragnarok says the best warriors fight from strength, not wound. I think he's right. I don't know yet if that's harder for you to work with. I hope it isn't. H.P. McGonagall stood very still. The morning was starting at the edges of the sky, the black going blue. He's 7, she said. He's 7, agreed Dumbledore. When are you going to meet him? When he's ready, said Dumbledore. He'll tell me. McGonagall looked at the side of his face. She had known him for 50 years and she knew the specific quality of his silences, and this one was new, less certainty, more honesty, and the particular shape of a man becoming a different kind of right. Good, she said. That's good, Albus. She gave him the tea. He accepted it. They stood on the east lawn and watched the sky change, and said nothing else for a while, and that was enough. The summer Harry turned 7 moved fast and was full. The Free Elf Council's formal alliance with the Goblin Nation was signed in August, in the deep halls, with 23 clan representatives and the full council present. Harry sat in on the signing as a witness, his signature on the document at Goblin request, which was both an honor and a statement, and which Ragnarok had prepared him for with a week of briefings on what a witness signature meant under Accord law. He signed with his full name, Harry James Potter, and the magic in the parchment acknowledged it with a warmth he felt through the quill. Corvin shook his hand after. Not the formal bow that elves gave wizards, an actual handshake, which Corvin had clearly been thinking about and decided on. You will be important to this, he said. Not because of what you are, because of what you choose. I know the difference, said Harry. Between the two. Yes, said Corvin. I can see that. Skeek, Vora's granddaughter, who was now 8 and had attached herself to Harry with the force of someone who had decided a person was interesting and was going to extract every interesting thing from them, appeared at his elbow immediately after. What does the scar feel like? She asked, which was how Skeek operated, directly and without preamble. Warm sometimes, said Harry. When something's paying attention in the wrong direction. He looked at her. It's getting more frequent. Skeek's eyes sharpened. She had old gold eyes like her grandmother and used them the same way. More frequent since when? Since January, said Harry. Something changed in January? Harry thought about it. Ragnarok had a report. From the continent, from the European Goblin Intelligence Network. About activity in Eastern Europe. Specific kinds of activity. He paused. Things that might suggest someone is getting stronger again. Skeek looked at him with those calculating eyes. You're not afraid? I'm informed, said Harry. They're not the same thing. The autumn of Harry's 7th year brought 3 things in quick succession that, taken together, constituted a shift that everyone in the deep halls felt. The first was the scar. It had been doing what he'd described to Skeek, warming, occasionally, at odd times. In September it started being more specific, not just warmth but direction. He could feel, vaguely, like hearing a sound through a wall, the shape of something paying attention. Something at a significant distance. Something that was not yet fully itself. He told Ragnarok. Ragnarok took it seriously in the way he took everything seriously, comprehensively, without drama. He brought in a curse specialist from the Goblin clan that maintained the deepest magical expertise, an ancient elf named Merit who was technically free but who worked with Goblin scholars because she found them, she said, less boring than everyone else, and they spent 2 days examining Harry's scar with an intensity that Harry sat through without complaint and with active curiosity, because understanding what was in his own head seemed like a reasonable priority. What they concluded was what Dumbledore had suspected and Harry had already partly reasoned. The scar was a connection. Incomplete, impermanent, running both ways, and currently pointing at something that was building toward enough cohesion to use it. Not yet. Not for a while. But moving in that direction. Can I close it? Said Harry. Merritt looked at him with the specific evaluating look of someone who has just been asked a very good question. In theory, she said, in the slow careful voice of someone constructing an answer in real time. The connection is anchored in the cursed scar, but the magic that sustains it is partly yours. If you can identify the thread, it feels like a wire, said Harry. When it activates. Thin. Running toward, he pointed, which was roughly northeast of their current location, that direction. If you can find the thread, said Merritt, you might be able to, not close it, not fully, not without removing the scar itself, which is a different and more complex procedure. But you could build around it. Fortify. Make the connection run only one direction. So I could feel it but it couldn't feel me. Yes, said Merritt. Approximately. That seems worth doing, said Harry. It took 3 weeks and was the most difficult thing he had done to that point. Not the technique was straightforward once Merritt explained it, and Harry and Winky worked it out together with the collaborative fluency they developed. The difficulty was the sustained internal attention it required, the holding of a specific magical state for extended periods while also building the layered ward structure around the scar. He drilled it the way he drilled footwork, daily, methodically, incremental progress, and by October it was done. The scar still warmed occasionally. He still felt the direction. But the other end of the wire was now, as best he could assess, dark. Good, said Ragnarok, when Harry told him. He said it with the precise satisfaction of a man checking something important off a list. What's next? The second thing was Hogwarts. Not his attendance, not yet. The letter, the formal letter, which arrived on the 1st of November and which he had known was coming. Every magical child in Britain received one eventually, generated by Hogwarts' own enchantments, and Harry's had been waiting since he was born. It arrived by a school owl that descended into the deep halls through a ventilation shaft that Winky had specifically made owl capable because she had been expecting this and believed in preparation. The owl found Harry in the training chamber with Thrix and deposited the letter without ceremony and accepted the bread Harry offered and left. Harry looked at the letter. Then he put it in his pocket and finished his training session, because the footwork drill wasn't done and the letter could wait 10 minutes. Thrix, who had been practicing with Harry for 3 years and had learned to read him fairly well, said nothing about this and went back to the drill, which was the correct response. Harry read the letter that evening with Ragnarok. I want to go, said Harry. But not on their terms. What terms do you want? Said Ragnarok. Harry had been thinking about this since July. He had the answer organized. I want to continue my current education alongside Hogwarts. Not either or. I want Winky to have formal standing as my, not guardian, she's not my guardian, but something that means she has the right to be present at Hogwarts without serving anyone. I want the Goblin-taught curriculum formally recognized as the equivalent of whatever Hogwarts covers, so no one spends my first 2 years explaining things I already know. He paused. And I want to meet Dumbledore first. Before any of the formal arrangements. I want to know him before I'm in an institution he runs. Ragnarok listened to all of this. Then he said, the first 3 are negotiable and achievable. The 4th, I believe, can be arranged. He looked at Harry. Are you ready for the 4th? Harry thought about it. Not performing thought, actually thinking. Yes, he said. I think I've been ready for a while. I was just making sure I knew what I wanted before I let someone with very strong opinions into the conversation. Ragnarok said, write him. Harry wrote the letter that night. Professor Dumbledore, I got the Hogwarts letter. I think we should meet before I respond formally. I'll come to you or you can come here, your choice. I have things to say and things to ask and I think it's going to be a good conversation. Bring your best arguments, I'll bring mine. HP. He sent it with Grindax's owl. The owl returned the next morning with a reply so fast it suggested Dumbledore had been waiting for this letter for approximately 7 years. Harry, name the day. I'll be there. AD. The third thing happened the morning Harry received that reply. He was in the library, reading, when Grindax came in with a face that Harry had learned to identify as urgent but controlled, which was Grindax's version of alarm. There is something happening in the East Wing, said Grindax. The wards. Harry was already moving. The East Wing of the Deep Halls was the section closest to the surface, not the public Gringotts entrance, but the older tunnels that ran beneath Diagon Alley. The wards there were deep and old and had not been triggered in living memory. Something was testing them. Harry could feel it. Not from distance, from inside the stone, the way you feel weather in old bones. Something was pressing against the ward structure from outside, not violently, more like fingers feeling for gaps. Methodical. Patient. Not the signature of a human wizard. Something else. He stood in the east corridor and put his hand on the wall and felt the ward structure the way he'd felt the wards he'd built, through the stone, through the magic in the stone, the whole layered system. And there, at the third layer from the surface, was the pressure. He didn't wait for Ragnarok. He pushed back. Not an attack, a message. He sent through the ward structure a clear, clean signal, I know you're there. Then, beneath that, the specific magical signature that was his, unmistakable, built from 3 years of goblin halls and mountain fire and elf ward theory, layered with the goblin fire quality and the old stone warmth of the deep halls. The testing pressure stopped. There was a pause. Long enough that Grindax arrived behind him with 6 guards, and Winky appeared from a side passage, and the whole east corridor held its breath. Then, from the other side of the ward, something pushed back. It was not a hostile push. It was not an attack. It was, Harry's understanding of it built in real time, from everything he knew about magical signatures and intent reading, a recognition. Someone had felt his signature and responded to it the way you respond to a name being called, reflexively, with presence. And the signature on the other side was, unmistakably, connected to the northeast direction the scar pointed. Not Voldemort. Not directly. Something connected. Something that had felt him through the ward the way the scar felt in its worst moments and had, apparently, been drawn to respond. Harry took his hand off the wall. He turned around. Grindax and 6 guards and Winky were all looking at him. Someone just found us, he said. Not the Ministry. Not Dumbledore. Something connected to Voldemort. He said it the way Ragnarok said it, by its name, without flinching. They know where we are. What do you want to do? Said Grindax. Harry thought for exactly 3 seconds. Reinforce the wards, he said. Everything above the 4th layer. And tell Ragnar, I want to brief him in person, and tell him it's not an emergency yet. He paused. Then I want to send Dumbledore's owl back and move the meeting up. Move it up to when? Said Gringotts. Tomorrow, said Harry. He walked back up the east corridor with his hand steady and his mind moving through all the relevant variables, the thing at the ward, the scar, the northeast direction, what Ragnar's intelligence reports from the continent had said about Eastern European activity, the timeline, the 17 things he knew about Voldemort's methods and the 7 things he suspected, and the primary feeling he was carrying through all of it was not fear. It was the feeling of the Bridges book diagram. Where to put the tension so the weight distributes. Where to place the load so nothing fails. He was 7 years old and he was the most prepared person in Britain for a war that was not quite here yet. He intended to keep it that way. Ragnar was in the war room when Harry arrived. He had already heard, Gringotts had been faster than Harry. He was standing at the head of the table with the 12 clan heads present, or their representatives, and the map of Britain on the wall with its magical site overlays. He looked at Harry when Harry walked in. Tell me exactly what you felt, he said. Harry told him. The full account, precisely, the way Ragnar had taught him to give intelligence reports, what was observed, what was inferred, what was uncertain, and what was unknown. No embellishment, no softening. The room listened. When he was done, Ragnar was quiet for a moment. Your assessment of the signature. You're certain it was a proxy, not the primary source. The primary source is too diffuse, said Harry. It can't project this specifically yet. What I felt was focused. A person, using a connection to the primary source as a direction finder. He paused. Someone knows about the scar. They used it to find me. That means someone knows about the scar's properties, said Vora, from the far end of the table. Which means someone is either very well informed about dark magic theory, said Ragnar, or has access to the primary source's own knowledge. They're further along than your January intelligence suggested, said Harry. Yes, said Ragnar. He held Harry's gaze. You moved the meeting with Dumbledore. Tomorrow, said Harry. Ragnar looked at the map. Good, he said. Because there are things Dumbledore knows that we don't, and there are things we know that Dumbledore doesn't, and the time for those 2 bodies of knowledge to be in separate rooms has apparently ended. He sat down. The 12 clan representatives sat. Harry took the seat that had been, without ceremony or declaration, his at this table for 2 years now, not at the foot and not at the head, but 2 seats from Ragnar on the left, where you sat when you were someone whose voice mattered and whose presence was trusted. Contingency planning, said Ragnar. Starting with what we know and building from there. He looked at Harry. You start. Harry started. Outside, above London, the October sky was moving with fast grey clouds from the east. The stone of the deep halls hummed its 2,000-year hum, steady under everything. The green fire burned. And in the northeast, at a distance that was still too great for certainty but was measurably closer than it had been in January, something that had once been a man and was becoming something else again paid brief, sharp attention to a specific location in London, and then moved on. Not yet. But soon. Harry knew. He was already working. Chapter 5, Everything Dumbledore Built. Dumbledore arrived at the deep halls at 9 in the morning on a Wednesday in October, which was 11 years, 1 month, and 12 days after he had left a sleeping infant on a doorstep in Surrey with a letter tucked under his blanket. He came alone, which was the condition Harry had set. He came without his wand in his hand, which was his own addition, a gesture Harry had not asked for and which communicated something specific about how seriously Dumbledore was taking this. He was wearing plain traveling robes, nothing theatrical, no half-moon glasses. He had switched to a different pair at some point and these were smaller, less distinctive. He looked, walking down the main corridor of the deep halls with Gringotts ahead of him, like a very old man who had been thinking hard for a very long time and had run out of comfortable conclusions. Gringotts brought him to the room with the green fire and the old carpet, where Harry was waiting. Harry was standing when Dumbledore came in. Not performing it, he'd been standing because he'd been pacing, thinking through the conversation's structure, and had stopped when he heard the footsteps in the corridor. Winky was in the room, seated against the wall with her notebook. Ragnock was not present, which Harry had also arranged, because he wanted the first meeting to be his. Dumbledore stopped in the doorway. They looked at each other. The last time Dumbledore had seen Harry Potter, he had been 13 months old and sleeping. He had known, in the abstract way that reports and letters and one extraordinary assessment create a kind of knowledge, that the person waiting for him would not resemble his expectations. He had prepared for that. He had not been prepared enough. The boy standing across the room was 7 years old and had the quality of stillness that Dumbledore associated with people who had learned, over a long time, to be extremely comfortable with their own company. He was not small, taller than the average 7-year-old, and held himself without the slight default hunch that children who have been made to feel too large often develop. His eyes were his mother's exactly, that specific shade of green that Lily Evans Potter had used to see right through every room she entered. He was not afraid. Not performing fearlessness, not the bravado of a child overcompensating. He was simply not afraid, the way the mountains outside were not afraid, and this was what Dumbledore had not been prepared for. He had expected courage. He had not expected the complete absence of the social anxiety that should, by any reasonable calculation, have been present in a 7-year-old meeting one of the most powerful wizards in the world for the first time. "Harry," said Dumbledore. "Dumbledore," said Harry. "Come in. Sit down." Dumbledore came in. Sat down. "Tea," said Harry. "Please," said Dumbledore. Harry looked at Winky. Winky, who had been waiting for this, produced tea from a tray that had been prepared and brought it, and set it on the table, and returned to her seat. Dumbledore watched this and noted, specifically, that the house elf moved with the self-possession of someone who was present by choice, and that Harry's glance at her had been the casual communication of equals, and that the room felt, despite the green fire and the stone walls, like a room where Harry Potter was entirely in his element. "You're not what I expected," said Dumbledore. "I know," said Harry. "You've told me that in 3 of your letters. I find it interesting that knowing it in advance didn't prepare you." Dumbledore looked at him. Then he said, very carefully, "It didn't." "Why not?" "Because," said Dumbledore, "there is a difference between being told that a fire is large and standing near it." He paused. "You are very like your mother." The eyes, obviously. But more than that, she had the same quality of absolute attention. Of seeing the room as it is rather than as it is expected to be. Harry was quiet for a moment. He took this, the information about his mother, and he held it in the way he held things that mattered, seriously, without rushing to react. "Tell me about her," he said. "Not today, there's other things today, but I want you to know that I want that conversation." "I would be glad to have it," said Dumbledore. And he meant it, simply, without strategy. Harry looked at him for another moment. Then he said, "I know about the prophecy." Dumbledore was still. "Not the full text," said Harry. "Ragnock has sources in the Department of Mysteries, not inside the Hall of Prophecy, but close enough. I know the shape of it. Born as the 7th month dies, to parents who have defied him thrice, marked as his equal, the power he knows not." He said it cleanly, no drama. "I figured out the rest. The power he knows not is what happened to my mother. You've been thinking about it as a weapon I need to discover. I think it's something I need to understand." Dumbledore set down his tea. He did it carefully. "You have known about the prophecy," he said. "Since I was 6, said Harry. "Ragnock told me when I asked directly. He said I had the right to know what was about to shape my life before it shaped it." Dumbledore absorbed this. Not badly. Dumbledore was practiced at absorbing things badly while appearing to absorb them well, but this, Harry thought, was genuine. He was recalculating. I had intended, said Dumbledore slowly, to tell you when you were older. I know, said Harry. How old? I'm not certain I had decided. I think, said Harry, with the careful tone of someone who is being honest and knows the honesty is going to land hard, that you were going to tell me when you thought I needed to know. Not when I was ready to know, when you decided I needed it. He paused. That's a different thing. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. The green fire crackled. Yes, he said. It is. I'm not angry about it, said Harry. I want you to know that. I've spent time being angry, and I think it was useful for a while and I think it's done now. But I need you to know that I know. So we can talk honestly. He looked at Dumbledore across the table. Can we do that? Talk honestly. Dumbledore looked at the 7-year-old across the table and felt, for the second time in a month, the specific discomfort of a man who has been certain for a very long time encountering something that makes certainty feel like a slightly smaller room than he'd thought he was in. Yes, he said. I believe we can. They talked for 4 hours. It was not what Dumbledore had planned and not what Harry had planned, exactly, though Harry had planned more of it, which became clear as the conversation went on. Harry asked questions and Dumbledore answered them, fully, not performing fullness, actually giving the complete information, because he had decided before he arrived that this was the only approach that had any chance of building the thing they needed to build. Harry listened to the answers and processed them visibly, sometimes pushing back, sometimes filing things away, occasionally saying I already knew that but I wanted your version, which was both efficient and slightly humbling. The Horcrux conversation happened at hour 2. Harry had arrived at the theory himself, not the specific word, not the specific mechanism, but the logical structure of it, that Voldemort's survival of his own rebounding curse was not a fluke but a preparation, and the preparation involved magic that was old and dark and specific, and the scar on his forehead was a byproduct of that preparation. He laid out his reasoning. Dumbledore listened to all of it and then sat with his hands folded for a long time. You are correct, he said. In every essential. He paused. There is a term. Horcrux. Harry repeated the word. How many? Another pause. I believe 7, said Dumbledore. Including, he stopped. Including me, said Harry. The fire crackled. Including the possibility, said Dumbledore, carefully, that the curse scar is an inadvertent one, said Harry. Yes. I've thought about that. He was quiet for a moment. The quality of his quiet was not distress. It was the quality of someone holding a difficult piece of information and assessing its actual weight. How certain are you? Not entirely, said Dumbledore. But I believe it is the most probable, the sole fragment in the scar, said Harry. Is it intact? Or has it been disrupted? Dumbledore looked at him. What makes you ask? Because 3 weeks ago something was testing our wards from outside, said Harry. It used the scar connection to find us. Which means the connection was active enough to serve as a locator. But when I fortified the scar, built a ward structure around it, I may have isolated the fragment from the primary source. Which might mean it's functionally dormant now. He looked at Dumbledore steadily. Or it might mean I've made it worse. I'd like your read. Dumbledore sat with this for a very long moment. He then stood up and walked to the fire and stood with his back to the room, which Harry recognized as a thinking posture rather than a dismissal, and waited through. I need to examine the scar, said Dumbledore. With your permission. Yes, said Harry. Dumbledore turned. He crossed to Harry and crouched down, which, Harry thought, was a choice, that Dumbledore didn't use magic to level the height difference but physically brought himself to Harry's level, and looked at the scar. He held his wand near it, not touching, murmuring something that Harry felt more than heard. His face moved through several things. Settled on something complicated. He stood back up. What you built, said Dumbledore, is extraordinary. The ward structure around the scar is something I have never seen before. It is sound and it is thorough and it has done approximately what you hoped. The connection is still present but the flow of information through it is almost entirely blocked. He paused. As for the fragment itself, it is there. And it has been, I want to choose this word carefully, quieted. Not destroyed. The soul magic is very old and very stubborn and the only full solution I was ever able to theorize was, dying, said Harry. And coming back. Using the same protection magic my mother used. He said it flatly. I know. That was your plan. Dumbledore went very still. The plan where I walked to my death willingly, said Harry. Sacrificial. The power he knows not, full circle. He looked at Dumbledore with those green eyes. I've known about this since I was 6. I've been thinking about it for a year. I have opinions. I imagine, said Dumbledore, very quietly, that you do. My opinion, said Harry, is that it might be necessary. And I'm not afraid of it the way you thought I would be, which is either reassuring or more disturbing depending on how you look at it. He paused. But I want to explore every other option first. Thoroughly. And I want that exploration to be honest and to involve everyone who has relevant knowledge. Not just you. Ragnarok. Winky. Merritt. The people who know things you don't know. He held Dumbledore's gaze. Can you work that way? With all of us? Without steering? The question cost Dumbledore something visible. That, he said slowly, is something I will have to actively work at. It does not come naturally. I know, said Harry. I'm asking anyway. Then yes, said Dumbledore. I will try. Good enough, said Harry. That's all I need. They broke for food at midday, which Winky provided with the automatic efficiency of someone whose care expressed itself through timing and temperature. Dumbledore ate with genuine appetite and complimented the food, which was not theater. The food was very good and he had been here 4 hours and hadn't eaten breakfast. Your companion, he said, to Harry, with a slight gesture toward Winky. She's remarkable. She knows, said Harry. Winky looked up from her notebook with an expression that walked the precise line between pleased and don't make it a thing. The ward structure she developed, said Dumbledore. I haven't seen the formal documentation but I've seen what she did to your scar, and the principles, she pioneered it, said Harry. Not adapted, not derived. Invented from nothing. The ward builders here verified it independently. He looked at Dumbledore. There's going to be a moment when the wizarding world has to confront the fact that it has been enormously wrong about what magical beings can do and have been doing. I'd like that moment to involve acknowledgement rather than just absorption. You mean, said Dumbledore, not having the wizarding world take credit. Yes, said Harry simply. That is, a cultural problem of long standing, said Dumbledore. But you are right. And I will say so, when the time comes. He looked at Winky directly, which house elves were not typically looked at directly by wizards. I am sorry, he said. For what the wizarding world has been. The apology is insufficient and I know that, but I want it on record. Winky looked at him steadily for a long moment. It is being noted, she said. Then, with the precision of someone who has thought about this for 3 years, you are meaning it. I is checking. She tapped her temple. Elves is knowing the difference. Dumbledore looked slightly surprised. Is that, empathic verification, said Harry. House elves can feel intent. It's one of the things no one bothered to study because no one was paying enough attention. He tilted his head. She's saying you're genuine. I already knew. But she does her own verification. Dumbledore looked at Winky with something that had shifted from surprise to a deeper recalibration. Of course she does, he said, mostly to himself, in the tone of a man amending a very large document. Ragnarok appeared at hour 3. Not invited, which was itself a statement, because Ragnar did not go places without intention. He came in without knocking, sat at the head of the table with the ease of someone sitting in his own room, and looked at Dumbledore with the patient evaluating quality that Harry had watched him apply to everyone from ministry officials to clan heads who were testing him. Dumbledore looked back. It was, Harry thought, watching from his chair, a fascinating thing to observe. Two people who were each, in their respective spheres, essentially the highest authority available, sitting across from each other with the awareness that their spheres had fundamentally overlapped. Ragnar, said Dumbledore. Dumbledore, said Ragnar. You look like someone who has been revising their assumptions. Comprehensively, said Dumbledore. Good, said Ragnar. The revision is long overdue. He placed a document on the table. I have intelligence from the continent. Specific and recent. I thought this meeting was the appropriate venue. Harry looked at the document. It was a compiled report from the European Goblin Intelligence Network, and it was longer than the January report and considerably more specific. He'd seen the summary. Dumbledore presumably had not seen any of it. Dumbledore read the report. He read it slowly and completely, which Harry had expected, and when he was done he set it down and was quiet for a moment in a specific way, not thinking. Harry had learned to distinguish, but doing what Dumbledore did when he arrived at a conclusion he'd been hoping to avoid. This is more advanced than I believed, said Dumbledore. Yes, said Ragnar. The activity in Albania. Dumbledore paused. Someone is actively assisting the reconstruction. These supply chains are specific. This requires someone with detailed knowledge of the. He stopped. Looked up. You have a name. We have a suspicion, said Ragnar. Not documented yet. Who? Said Harry. Ragnar and Dumbledore both looked at him. Dumbledore, to his credit, spoke first. We believe, he said carefully, that someone within the wizarding world who was considered either a former follower who escaped punishment or a peripheral figure is more centrally involved than their public position suggests. He paused. I have been watching several individuals. The intelligence your network has provided narrows the field significantly. Lucius Malfoy, said Harry. Another pause from Dumbledore. What makes you? He fits the intelligence profile, said Harry. Escaped punishment through claimed coercion. Maintains significant ministry influence. Has access to dark artifact networks. Would have the specific knowledge of ritual requirements that these supply chains suggest. He looked at Dumbledore. Am I wrong? No, said Dumbledore. You are not wrong. Then we should be specific about that privately, said Harry, even if we can't be specific publicly yet. Knowing who we're dealing with changes how we deal with the intelligence problem. Ragnar said, agreed. He looked at Dumbledore. There is a school year starting in 4 years. The Malfoy boy will be at Hogwarts. If the father's involvement is what we suspect, the son's education will be, ideologically specific. I'm aware, said Dumbledore. He was also, Harry noted, not looking at all comfortable, which was itself information. Dumbledore had been managing Hogwarts' political ecosystem for decades and he knew exactly what Draco Malfoy's presence in that ecosystem would do. It is a complication. It's also, said Harry, an opportunity. People change when they're away from their forming environment. Sometimes. He paused. I'm not going to write anyone off before I've met them. Both Ragnar and Dumbledore looked at him. That's not naivete, said Harry. It's resource management. Every person who is a follower and becomes something else is a gap in the other side's structure. Ragnar was writing. How much of your strategic thinking, said Dumbledore, with careful deliberateness, have you been doing alone? Not alone, said Harry. With Ragnar, with Winky, with Ignis in the registers she uses for long-term analysis. And in my own time. He looked at Dumbledore. I've had a lot of time. I think efficiently. And I've had access to better historical information about Voldemort's methodology than the wizarding world has generally made available. Dumbledore absorbed this. You will be, he started, then stopped. What? I was going to say formidable, said Dumbledore. At Hogwarts. But that's not quite the right word. He looked at Harry steadily. You will be transformative. And I want you to know that I will, to the best of my imperfect ability, support that rather than manage it. Harry looked at him for a long moment. Winky was writing. Ragnarok was watching. I'll hold you to that, said Harry. Please do, said Dumbledore, and he meant it. The proxy arrived 2 days later. Harry was in the training chamber with Thrix when the ward screamed. Not metaphorically, the ward system Winky had built for the deep halls, upgraded over 3 years, had a threat response signature that everyone in the halls had been briefed on, and when it activated it was a physical sensation in the stone under your feet, a vibration that ran up through the floor and landed somewhere behind your sternum. Harry stopped mid-drill. East corridor, he said. Surface entry, said Thrix. No. Harry was already moving. Below. Lower than the surface entry. Something that went through the ground. He ran. The east corridor was already full of goblin guards when he arrived, and at the far end, near the deep entry where he had felt the ward testing 3 weeks ago, there was a person. Not a creature. A person. A man, perhaps 40, in dark robes that had the travel dirt of someone who had come a very long way very fast. He was standing in the corridor with the specific stillness of someone who had arrived exactly where he intended to arrive and was waiting for the room to catch up with that fact. His wand was in his hand. The wards he had come through were damaged, not broken, damaged, which meant he was very good, better than most. He was looking at Harry. Not at the guards. Not at the corridor. At Harry specifically, with the focused attention of someone who had a name and a face and had found the match between them. Harry Potter, the man said. His accent was Eastern European, his voice flat and professional. He had the bearing of a soldier, not a wizard duelist, but someone trained in actual conflict, movement efficiency, physical intimidation. His eyes were the color of dirty ice. Yes, said Harry. He had stopped walking when he reached the edge of the guards' formation. He stood in front of them, not behind them. Who are you? My employer sends his regards, the man said. Not answering the question. The wand in his hand shifted slightly, not pointing yet, but ready. What does your employer want? Said Harry. To know what you are, said the man. Before deciding what to do about you. He already knows what I am, said Harry. He's been feeling it through the scar for months. He sent you because he wanted to know if the reports were accurate. He looked at the man across the corridor, the guards between them, the green fire on the walls, the 2,000 years of stone. I'd like to know who you are before this continues. It doesn't matter who I am, the man said. It matters to me, said Harry. I like to know who I'm dealing with. The man looked at him, this 7-year-old boy standing in front of 12 armed goblin guards, and something moved in his ice-gray eyes. Not fear. A recalibration of expectations. Dolohov, the man said. Antonin Dolohov. Harry had read about Dolohov. One of Voldemort's most capable followers. Escaped Azkaban in the First War's aftermath through a series of legal maneuvers that had cost his family enormous resources and that Ragnarok had documented in detail because the Gringotts accounts were always informative. Curse specialist. Combat wizard. Not a man who made mistakes. You shouldn't have come here yourself, said Harry. If you're reporting back, you want to survive the encounter. That was a strategic error. Dolohov's eyes narrowed. I think you overestimate, I think, said a voice from behind Harry, that the child is correct. Ragnarok came from the side passage. He had the specific quality of arrival that Harry had noticed from the first night, the way a room reorganized around him without being asked. Behind him came 4 of the senior goblin war captains, in full armor, and Winky, who was building something with her hands that Harry recognized as the active layer of the deep layer vigilance ward, which when activated in an enclosed space was, as the ward builders had tested and documented, extremely effective. Dolohov took in the room. His wand was fully raised now. "Mr. Dolohov," said Ragnarok, moving to stand beside Harry. "You are in the sovereign territory of the British Goblin nation. You entered without invitation, through wards whose integrity is protected under the Treaty of 842 and 17 subsequent accords. You are pointing a wand at a child who is under our formal protection." He looked at the wand. "Put it down. You don't have jurisdiction over this corridor," said Ragnarok. "Yes. We do. Over any incursion into these halls?" "Yes. We do. Over the welfare of the legally registered ward of the Goblin King?" He let that sit for a second. "Particularly yes." Dolohov's eyes cut back to Harry. "You're his ward?" "Yes," said Harry. "Has been since I was 4. It's all properly documented. Gringotts has excellent records." Something flickered in Dolohov's face. Calculation. He was doing what competent people did when a situation became significantly more complicated than expected, assessing exits. His eyes moved across the room, the guards, Ragnarok, Winky's hands, Harry, and settled on something that Harry could read clearly. He was deciding that the mission was intelligence, not engagement, and that he had his intelligence. "Tell your master," said Harry, before Dolohov could decide anything further, "that I know what he's building and I know where he is and I know what the timetable looks like." He held Dolohov's gaze. "And tell him that if he sends anyone into these halls again I will take it personally, and personal is a register I'm more comfortable with than he's expecting." Dolohov looked at him for a long moment. Then he looked at Ragnarok. "The wards," he said. "Will be repaired," said Ragnarok, "and reinforced. You will not find a gap a second time." Dolohov nodded once. The professional courtesy of one combatant acknowledging a correctly played hand. Then he turned, and walked to the damaged section of ward, and Harry felt him do something with his magic, a precise unraveling of the thread he'd come through, and he was gone. The corridor held its breath for a moment. Then Winky finished the ward layer she'd been building and set it with a small precise gesture, and the damaged section of wall was sealed behind it, and she turned around and looked at Harry. "Well," she said. "Well," said Harry. "That was Dolohov," said Ragnarok, very specifically not making it a question. "Yes," said Harry. "He will report back within the day." "Yes," said Harry. "Which means we have a day before whatever is rebuilding itself in Albania knows everything Dolohov saw." He turned to Ragnarok. "I need to write to Dumbledore immediately. And I need to write to Ignis. The colony should know, the dragons will be a target eventually and they should be prepared." "And," said Ragnarok. "And," said Harry, "I need to start thinking about the problem differently." He looked at the sealed wall. "We've been preparing defensively. Building walls. That's right and necessary. But Voldemort's entire methodology is persistence. He survives, he rebuilds, he tries again. The only thing that ends that cycle is the Horcrux problem." He looked at Ragnarok. "I need to start working on that seriously. Not thinking about it, actually working." "That requires information you don't have yet," said Ragnarok. "I know what information I'm missing," said Harry. "Dumbledore has some of it. The Department of Mysteries has more. And there's something in the oldest part of your archive. I've been putting it off because it's in a language I only partially read." He paused. "The old tongue. The one in the deepest carvings." Ragnarok was quiet. "I've been learning it," said Harry. "From the walls. I'm about 60% through. But if you have materials in that language about soul magic, about the specific type of dark magic that makes a Horcrux, I need access now." "That archive," said Ragnarok, "is restricted." "I know," said Harry. "I'm asking anyway." Ragnarok looked at him. The same look from the very first morning in the war room, 231 questions ago. Then he said, "You have until dinner." Harry was already moving. The archive was below the deep halls in a chamber Harry had not been in before, which was unusual. He had been in most of the deep halls at this point through a combination of official access and the persistent exploration habit of someone who had been moving through new spaces for 3 years. This chamber was below the main level, accessed through a door that required a goblin blood key and which Ragnarok had opened without ceremony and then stepped back. The chamber was smaller than he'd expected and completely covered in text. Not carved text, written text, in the old tongue, on a material that was not parchment and not stone but something between, something that had the quality of both and the durability of neither and had nonetheless survived for an indeterminate span of centuries. Winky came with him. She had become, over 3 years, not just his protector and companion but his research partner. She read faster than him in most things and had a pattern recognition capability in magical text that had made the goblin scholars visibly jealous. They worked through the afternoon. The old tongue was demanding. It was not like other languages where vocabulary and grammar built into sentences that built into meaning. It operated associatively, words changing weight depending on what surrounded them, meaning generated in the spaces between words as much as in the words themselves. Harry was 60% through it, which meant he could get the surface layer reliably and felt the deeper layer rather than read it. Winky, who had approached it differently, through the word theory connection she discovered, which turned out to share roots with the oldest goblin magical notation, could feel the deep layer more reliably. They compared notes constantly, working through the same passages from different entry points, the way you check a reading from 2 different directions to confirm it. What they found was not comforting and was not surprising and was exactly what Harry needed. The old text had a name for what a Horcrux was that translated, approximately, as a wound that does not know it is dying. It described the mechanism not in the way dark magic texts typically describe things, as instructions, or as power, but as a diagnosis. The text was written by someone who had encountered soul fragmentation magic in a context that was not of their own creation, who was documenting it from outside rather than constructing it from within. And the text had a treatment. Not a simple one. Not a clean one. The treatment involved, essentially, the reconnection of what had been separated, drawing the fragment back to its source and allowing the wound to complete its dying. The mechanism for doing this was not a spell. It was a specific kind of sustained magical contact. The fragment, separated from its anchor point, would under the right conditions be drawn back by the stronger soul gravity of the whole. Harry read this 3 times. "It's talking about me," he said. "Yes," said Winky. "The fragment and the scar isn't the problem," said Harry slowly. "It's the other ones. They're keeping the whole soul too fragmented to die properly. If the other Horcruxes were destroyed, the fragment in me would have nowhere to anchor that wasn't the primary source," said Winky. "Which is too fragmented to hold it. Which means it would dissolve," said Harry. "Is Harry certain?" "No," said Harry. "But it's consistent with everything else in this text and it's consistent with what Dumbledore told me and it's consistent with what I've been thinking about the mechanism." He looked at the text around him, the walls covered in the old tongue's associative meaning. "The only question is whether I need to die for the fragment in the scar to be destroyed." They looked at each other. "The text says," said Winky carefully, "that the fragment will follow the soul it came from. If the soul it came from is destroyed, it goes with it," said Harry. "But if the soul it came from is weakened enough, sufficiently fractured, it might dissolve from the scar without requiring my death." He ran his hand along the text. "It might just have nowhere left to want to be." "That is being very might," said Winky. "I know," said Harry. "But it's a might worth investigating." He stood up. "I need Dumbledore back. And I need Merit. And I need both of them in the same room with this text and everything they know individually." He looked at Winky. "Can you copy the relevant sections?" "Exactly, don't translate yet, just copy." "Yes," said Winky, already pulling out her notebook. "I'll write to Dumbledore," said Harry. Tell him it's urgent and specific. He was moving toward the door. Then he stopped. Winky. She looked up. This could work, he said. It's not certain. But it could work without the walking to death part. He paused. I wanted to say that out loud to someone. Winky held his gaze for a moment. Her enormous eyes were steady and warm. I is knowing, she said. I is thinking it since the third paragraph. She looked back down at her notebook and started copying, and the scratch of her quill was the sound of something important being preserved. Go write the letter. He will come fast. Harry went. Dumbledore arrived that evening. Harry had given him the broad outline in the letter, specific enough to convey urgency, measured enough not to create false certainty. Dumbledore arrived with 2 of his own texts and the specific energy of a man who had been thinking at high speed since he received the letter and was ready to think at higher speed still. They spread the material across the war room table. Dumbledore. Ragnarok. Winky. Merritt, who had been sent for by Goblin Rider and had arrived with her own research and an expression of focused excitement that Harry recognized because he'd seen it on himself. Harry. 5 people who between them held more knowledge about Voldemort, soul magic, goblin magical theory, house elf ward architecture, and the old tongue than had probably been assembled in one room in British magical history. They worked through the night. Harry sat in his chair 2 seats from Ragnarok and moved through the conversation the way he'd moved through the ward building and the fire grammar and the draconic deep registers, with the full and undivided attention of someone who understood that this was what everything had been building toward and was therefore exactly where he wanted to be. Dumbledore, across the table, brought the knowledge he'd been accumulating for 2 decades about Voldemort's history and movements and the specific events surrounding the creation of each Horcrux. He laid it out without withholding, which Harry noted and filed under adjusting correctly. Merritt contributed the soul magic theory, the deep old theory, pre-wand, from a tradition that the wizarding world had largely stopped teaching because it was considered either unnecessary or dangerous, which Merritt observed were frequently the same category in the Ministry's estimation. Winky contributed the ward architecture framework she developed, which it turned out mapped onto the soul magic theory in ways that were not coincidental. They were both drawing from the same deep roots of magical principle, and the overlap was illuminating. Ragnarok contributed intelligence. The specific intelligence that the Goblin Network had been accumulating for 2 years about Voldemort's likely timeline, the condition of the remaining Horcruxes that were known or suspected, the location probabilities. Harry sat in the middle of all of this and synthesized. It was what he did. It was what he had been doing since he was 4. Taking inputs from multiple directions, reading the spaces between them, finding the pattern that the individual pieces didn't show. He asked questions when the synthesis needed filling in. He pushed back when something in the reasoning felt architecturally unsound. He built the model in his head with the patience and precision of the Bridges book, finding the load-bearing pieces and the places where the tension needed to live. By 3 in the morning, they had a plan. Not a complete plan. Not a plan without risk. Not a plan that guaranteed the walking to death part was avoidable. But a coherent theory of what needed to happen and in what order, with enough evidence behind it to justify trying the difficult version before accepting the certainty of the worst one. Dumbledore sat back in his chair at 3 in the morning and looked at the map of what they'd built and said, I have been working on this problem for 20 years. I know, said Harry. I don't say that to diminish what this room accomplished tonight, said Dumbledore. I say it because, in 20 years, I did not arrive at this. He paused. 5 months of collaboration produced something my 20 years did not. 20 years alone, said Ragnarok. Dumbledore looked at him. 20 years, said Ragnarok, of working alone, within a framework of your own construction, with the people you chose and the information you decided was relevant. He was not unkind about it. Just specific, the way goblins were. 5 months with people who know things you don't know, looking at the same problem. Yes, said Dumbledore. That is the correct analysis. He looked at Harry. You were right, when you said it in September. I know, said Harry. You also knew I'd get there, said Dumbledore. I hoped, said Harry, more honestly. I calculated. But I wasn't certain. Dumbledore made a sound that was, unmistakably, a small genuine laugh. Ragnarok was right about your mother's eyes, he said. But I think the brain is your father's. James Potter was also, on several notable occasions, spectacularly correct about things he had absolutely no business being correct about. Something about the way Dumbledore said it, easy, warm, the specific warmth of real memory rather than constructed tribute, landed differently than the other mentions of his parents had. Harry sat with it. Let it be what it was. Tell me something about him, he said. My father. Something true and small. Dumbledore looked at him across the table, in the greenlit war room at 3 a.m, with the map of a plan for defeating the darkest wizard in a century spread between them. He could not walk past a reflecting puddle without checking his hair, said Dumbledore. Every time. Even in his 7th year when he was head boy and fully aware he was doing it. Harry looked at him. It drove Lily absolutely up the wall, said Dumbledore. In the way that things drive people up the wall that are also slightly endearing. Harry was quiet for a moment. Then he said, thank you. He would have been, said Dumbledore, very proud. And also slightly disconcerted by how much better you're handling all of this than he would have at your age. He paused. James at 7 was putting frogs in Severus Snape's bag and thinking this was good strategy. Snape, said Harry. He's at Hogwarts. Teaching potions. Yes. And he and my father, a long history, said Dumbledore. Complicated. I will tell you all of it. Not tonight. Not tonight, agreed Harry. He looked at the plan on the table. There's enough for tonight. The war room was quiet around them, the 5 people who had built something together across a night that had started with Dolohov in the corridor and ended with a map of a possible future that was not certain and was not safe and was the best available option and was therefore, in Harry's estimation, exactly enough to work with. He was 7 years old and he had sat at the table where the actual work happened, and done the actual work, and it had gone exactly the way he'd calculated it would go if everyone was honest and if the right people were in the room. He was satisfied. He was not done. 3 weeks after the meeting, a thing happened that nobody had planned for. The Dragon Reserve Authority, acting on what Harry suspected were instructions that had originated somewhere above their pay grade, issued a formal order requiring the reassignment of the Welsh Green Colonies territory, citing a development proposal for a regional wind energy station that would overlap with the colony's flight range, which was both specifically targeted and comprehensively implausible as a genuine planning concern. The order, if enforced, would require Ignis and the colony to relocate to Scotland. Harry found out from Gringotts, who had found out from the Goblin liaison to the Welsh government, who had flagged it because it fell under their environmental monitoring brief. He read the order 3 times. Then he put it down and went outside. They were in Wales for the month, and found Ignis on her rock and sat with her in the cold November evening. He told her in Draconic. She listened. Her internal fire shifted through 3 colors in quick succession, gold, red, the deep orange of genuine anger, and then steadied. I know, said Harry. It's not about the wind station. She made the compound sound that translated roughly as, they are using the thin excuse because they cannot use the real one. They're afraid of what's here, said Harry. Afraid of what I can do and what you can do and what we can do together, and they're trying to break it up before they have to deal with it. He paused. They're not going to succeed. But they're going to try, and I want you to know before it gets complicated. Ignis looked at him for a long moment. Then she made the sound that was her name for him, the deep chest resonant sound that had started as an approximation of Harry and had become something more specific, something that meant Harry the way Draconic named important things, with the layers of relationship built in. Then she said, we do not move. Simple. Absolute. The warmth of the mountain under them. No, said Harry. We don't. He had already written to Ragnarok. He had already identified the 3 treaty clauses that the order violated. He had already drafted the counter-filing and the formal objection and the letter to the relevant ministry sub-office, which was written in the precise, courteous, comprehensive language of someone who knew exactly what they were doing and was entirely comfortable doing it in public. He had also written to Dumbledore, who had more practical ministry influence than anyone alive and who had, in 3 weeks, demonstrated that he was adjusting to the collaborative approach with genuine effort. Dumbledore's reply had come the same day: "I've made 3 calls. The development proposal will be quietly withdrawn. I've also had a word with the minister, who has agreed that the Reserve Authority's mandate does not extend to strategic relocation of established colonies without the full review process, which takes 18 months. That buys sufficient time for us to make the political landscape considerably less hospitable to attempts of this kind." Harry read this in the early morning with the mountains around him and the colony beginning its day below and Ignis a warm weight behind him. He wrote back, "Thank you. That's exactly what was needed. HP." Then, after a moment, he added, "You're getting better at this. Working with people. I can tell." Dumbledore's response, which arrived by mid-morning: "I have an excellent incentive. AD. In Albania, in a forest that was very dark and very quiet, something that had been building itself back from less than nothing felt a specific change in the scar connection it had been using as a compass. The compass had gone dark 3 weeks ago. It had been dark before, briefly, but this was different, layered, structured, deliberate. Something had been built around it. Something with a sophistication that the thing in the Albanian forest, which was not fully itself and was therefore still thinking with incomplete equipment, had not anticipated. It thought about the report Dolohov had brought back. 7 years old. Deep halls. Goblins. Free elves. And something about the fire report. Dolohov had not mentioned fire, but the thing in the Albanian forest knew the smell of fire grammar in a magical signature because it had used it before, long before the body it used to have became unavailable, and what had come through the scar before it was blocked was the unmistakable quality of someone who had learned from a source that was not human. It thought about this for a long time. It was afraid. Not the straightforward fear of a person confronting a threat. Something worse. The fear of something that has made calculations based on a model of the world and discovered that the model is wrong. The fear of a plan that was built for one kind of opponent encountering a different kind entirely. It had expected to return to a wizarding world that was still afraid. Still grieving. Still uncertain. It had expected a boy who had been made small, kept isolated, kept manageable. It had not expected this. It recalculated. It was patient. It had learned patience from necessity. When you have been reduced to something barely able to sustain your own existence, patience is not a choice, it is a survival mechanism. It would wait. It would finish rebuilding. And it would not make the mistake of underestimating the boy again. But in the deepest, most honest part of what it was, which was very small and very cold and getting smaller, it knew that the recalculation had come too late. The boy was not becoming formidable. The boy was already formidable, and had been for some time, and had spent 3 years being formidable in exactly the right direction while the thing in the Albanian forest had been spending 3 years rebuilding in the wrong one. The dark forest was very quiet. Something that had once called itself Lord Voldemort sat in it and felt, for the first time since the night in Godric's Hollow, something approaching genuine uncertainty. Across the channel, in the mountain halls beneath Wales and London, Harry Potter sat in his cold archive room with the old tongue text and the plan spread before him and the green fire at his back, and he worked. Chapter 6, The Scar Remembers Everything. July 31st, 1991. Harry Potter's 11th birthday. He woke before dawn the way he always did on the mountain, not from habit but from the particular quality of the light, which changed a full hour before sunrise in a way that was visible if you slept facing west. He lay still for a moment with his eyes open, looking at the roof of the stone shelter he'd built with Goblin-taught construction methods 3 summers ago. The shelter was better than the cave overhangs he'd used the first 2 years. It had a proper windbreak and a fire depression and a shelf of rock at the right height for his books, and the roof was mortared with something Winky had found in the Goblin supply archive that was impervious to Welsh mountain weather, which was saying something. He was aware, in the specific way he was aware of things on his birthday, that today was the day. Not just because he was 11, though 11 was the age, and Hogwarts letters came at 11, and a Hogwarts letter would arrive today because it had been 4 years since the last one arrived and no one had formally responded and the Hogwarts enchantments did not stop trying. He was aware because 3 days ago Ragnarok had sent a rider to Wales with a letter that contained 4 words and a time: come to London. Dawn. That was the whole letter. Harry had written back, I'll be there. He got up. Made the fire with the ease of someone doing it for the 1000th time, not the careful sustained process of his first year but the effortless interaction of something that had been practiced for so long it was now nature. The fire came green and warm and stayed exactly where he put it while he dressed in the dark. He was taller than the average 11-year-old by about 2 inches and built with the lean efficiency of someone who had been drilling with Goblin warriors for 7 years. His glasses were a 3rd pair now, fitted properly, lenses intact, and Winky had charmed them so they stayed exactly where he put them even when he moved fast. His hair did what his hair did, which was everything except cooperate, and he had made a complete peace with this at around age 8. He picked up his pack, already assembled, because he had packed it last night with the focused overnight preparation habit that Gringotts had drilled into him as a discipline, and went out into the pre-dawn mountain air. Ignis was awake. She was on her shelf above the shelter, and she looked down at him when he came out, and the look between them in the pre-dawn dark was 7 years long and contained everything that 7 years of this particular relationship contained: the first night on the roof of number 4, the fire in his palm, the draconic language-built conversation by conversation, the 1,000 mornings just like this one. He said her name in draconic, the full form, all its layers. She answered in the full form of his. Then she said, in the deep register that was for important things, today. Today, he said. She came off her shelf and landed on the mountain path in front of him, which displaced a very large amount of air and would have knocked most people flat. Harry had been standing next to Ignis landing for 7 years and his footing was excellent. She lowered her head. He put his hand on her snout, the specific spot just below and to the right of the left eye ridge that she had shown him 3 years ago, which in dragon gesture language was the place you touched when you meant I trust you with my fire. He kept his hand there for a moment. I'll come back, he said. She made the sound, I know. Then, beneath it, you always come back. He took his hand away. Looked at her for one more moment in the dark. Keep the colony safe, he said. She drew herself up in the particular way that was not a challenge and not a display but simply the posture of something that is absolutely certain of itself. He walked down the mountain path toward the valley. He came up from the deep halls at 6 in the morning with Winky, who had been ready and waiting in the lower corridor with her notebook and a cup of the dark goblin tea and the self-contained composure of someone who had been preparing for this particular day since she first sat in a cupboard under a staircase in Privet Drive 7 years ago. She handed him the tea. He drank it walking. Ragnarok was in the war room. The 12 clan heads were not present, which was a choice. Ragnarok had cleared the room deliberately, and only Gringotts was there, standing at the far wall with his dispatch book and his expression of 60 years of professional neutrality that never quite covered the fact that he was paying extremely close attention. On the table was a single letter, sealed with the Hogwarts crest. Not the standard enchanted letter. Harry had received those at 7 and 11. This one was thicker, and the seal was pressed with additional wax in a pattern that indicated it had been sent personally rather than generated by the school enchantments. Dumbledore's handwriting on the envelope. Beside it, a small flat package wrapped in dark cloth. A medium envelope from Vora. A scroll in Skeek's handwriting, which was distinguished by being fast and extremely clear, because Skeek had early decided that if you were going to write you should write in a way that communicated exactly what you meant. And a card from Merritt, who communicated through cards, always, because cards were precisely the right length for what she had to say and she saw no reason to expand beyond that. Harry sat down. He picked up Merritt's card first because Merritt's cards were always interesting and always brief and set the right mental state for everything else. You have been the most satisfying problem I have worked on in 40 years. Today begins the complicated part. Merit. He smiled. Set it aside. Vora's letter was in gobbledygook, which he read fluently now, and it was a formal letter from the clan head of the Deep Stone clan to the ward of the Goblin King, and it said everything formal letters between allies said, and beneath the formal language it said that Vora had watched him for 4 years and found no fault with what she'd seen, which from Vora was approximately equivalent to anyone else declaring undying devotion. Skeek's scroll said, "Don't let them be boring. Write to me immediately after everything interesting. I want reports. Detailed. S." And then, in smaller writing underneath, "Also happy birthday, you are still the most interesting person I know even though you are 4 years older, which is still annoying." Harry laughed. Properly, the easy laugh he'd developed somewhere around age 8 once he'd been around enough people who were actually funny. He picked up the dark cloth package. "That is from me," said Ragnarok. Harry unwrapped it. Inside was a knife. Not a weapon knife, or not primarily, a working blade, with a handle of dark wood worn smooth from use and a blade of goblin-worked steel that had the specific quality of very good goblin metallurgy, which was that it felt alive in the hand in a way that mass-produced metal didn't. It was sized correctly for his hand. On the blade, in the old tongue, was a single word. He read it. "Ready," he said, translating. "Not as instruction," said Ragnarok. "As description." Harry turned the blade in his hands. He'd learned enough about goblin craft to know what went into an object like this, the time, the temperature, the specific attention that goblin metalwork required, and he held it with the respect it deserved. "Thank you," he said. "It was my son's making pattern," said Ragnarok. "The design. Not the knife itself, I had it made from that design." He said it with the quality that he always used for things that cost him something, simply, without decoration. He made things when he was young. Before, he paused. Recalibrated. "I wanted the pattern to continue." Harry looked at the knife in his hands and thought about a small goblin boy who had been 4 years old and had not had anyone come for him. "It will," he said. Ragnarok sat down. Not at the head of the table, beside Harry. The gesture of it, in goblin formal space, was very specific, and Harry knew exactly what it meant and let it mean what it meant without making it larger than it was. "Open Dumbledore's letter," said Ragnarok. Harry broke the seal. The letter was long for Dumbledore, who had learned to be precise, and it covered 3 things. The first was a birthday greeting that was warm and specific and contained 2 new stories about Harry's parents that Dumbledore had clearly been saving for today, one about his mother's first year at Hogwarts and one about his father's absolute inability to perform a shrinking charm correctly until he was 16 and what had been accidentally shrunk in the interim, which made Harry put the letter down for a moment and look at the ceiling and compose himself. The second was a formal update on the plan, the Horcrux plan, which had been 4 years in refinement and was now considerably more complete and considerably more viable than the initial map from the war room. Dumbledore had located 3 of the known Horcruxes and had detailed intelligence on 2 more. The last one, in addition to the scar, was still uncertain. He named what they knew and what they didn't, precisely, without softening. The third was about Hogwarts. "I have been in conversation with the heads of house and with several of my more thoughtful colleagues," Dumbledore wrote, "and I want to be honest with you about the school you will enter, which is both everything I have dedicated my life to and something that will require patience from you that I will try to make worthwhile. It is not built for what you are. It was built for something narrower, and I have been trying, with incomplete success, to make it wider for 20 years. I am asking you to walk into it as yourself, without apology, without performance, and in doing so to make the task of widening it easier for everyone who comes after you. I know this is not a small thing to ask. I know it asks you to pay a cost for other people's futures. I am asking it anyway, because I believe it is what you would choose, if you had all the information, and I believe that because you have, on 5 separate occasions, already chosen exactly that. Whatever you decide about Hogwarts, whenever and however you come, I will support it. I mean this fully and without condition, which is a sentence I could not have written 4 years ago. Thank you for teaching me how. Happy birthday, Harry. Albus Dumbledore. P.S. I will not tell you which house I expect you to be sorted into, because I genuinely cannot predict it, which is unusual and which I find both delightful and somewhat alarming. Harry put the letter down. The war room was quiet. Well, said Ragnarok. He's grown a lot, said Harry. Yes, said Ragnarok. You helped. He did most of it, said Harry. I just made it difficult to stop. That is also a skill, said Ragnarok. Harry looked at the letter. At the flat package with the knife. At the cards from Merritt and Skeek and the letter from Vora. At Winky across the table with her notebook and her steady enormous eyes and the particular quality of presence she had, fully there, fully herself, no edges hidden. He thought about Gerald the spider and the marine biology book and the cupboard door and the bolt that had fallen apart. He thought about Ragnarok's face in the corridor of Privet Drive and the feeling of walking away while the fire was behind him, not looking back, not needing to. He thought about Ignis on her rock saying you always come back. I'm going to go to Hogwarts, he said. But I want to do something first. What? Said Ragnarok. I want to finish the Old Tongue Archive, said Harry. There are 40 pages I haven't completed. I want to finish them before I go because I think there's something in the last section about the mechanism for the fragment, the one in the scar, that I haven't reached yet and I don't want to go without it. How long? Said Ragnarok. 3 weeks, said Harry. Maybe 2 if I work fast. Ragnarok looked at him steadily. 2 weeks, he said. Work fast. Yes, said Harry. And the other thing, said Ragnarok. Harry looked at him. What other thing? The thing you haven't said yet, said Ragnarok, who had known Harry for 7 years and was very good at the things Harry hadn't said yet. Harry was quiet for a moment. I want to go back to Privet Drive, he said. The war room was very quiet. Not to, he started. I know, said Ragnarok, who had not moved. I want to see the site, said Harry. Just the site. I want to stand where the house was and be who I am now and let it be finished. He paused. I don't need closure, that's not what it is. I just want to, he stopped. Tried again. I spent a long time counting the boards in that cupboard, he said. I want to go back and not count anything. Winky made no sound but Harry felt her. The quality of her presence changed, the way it did when she was holding something carefully. Gringotts will arrange a visit, said Ragnarok. With appropriate security because the neighborhood has been the subject of irregular surveillance from parties we don't enjoy, and I will not have you standing on an empty lot with only fond feelings for protection. He paused. And I will come. Harry looked at him. I was there for the beginning, said Ragnarok. I will be there for the finishing of it. They went 3 days later, early morning, before the suburban neighborhood of Little Whinging had properly committed to being awake. The lot where number 4 had stood was a gap between numbers 3 and 5 that the neighboring houses had been trying to process for 7 years. There was a low fence where someone had made an attempt at demarcation. Inside the fence, the lot had been swept by the authorities twice and each time had looked, by the following week, subtly wrong in ways that made Muggle investigators uncomfortable and unwilling to revisit. The remnant magic in the Foundation was too old and too specific to clear without specialist knowledge, and the Muggle authorities did not have specialist knowledge. Harry stood at the fence. The October morning was grey and cold and a robin was doing something in the hedgerow of number 3 with intense focus. The street was quiet, and the specific quiet of Privet Drive, suburban, tightly controlled, allergic to anything extraordinary, was unchanged in 7 years. The hedges were still perfect. The cars in the driveways were still washed. The garden ornaments were still exactly the kind of garden ornaments that made a very particular statement about the inner life of their owners. Number 4 was a rectangle of ground. He stood at the fence and looked at it. Ragnarok stood beside him. Winky on his other side. 4 goblin guards at discreet distance. A cold morning and a robin and the ash-colored sky. He stood there for a long time, just looking. The cupboard had been in the front of the house, under the stairs. He could see approximately where that would have been, slightly to the right of center, forward of where the back of the house had been. He did not go inside the fence. He looked at it from outside. He thought about what it had been. The cold and the dark and Gerald the spider and the crack of the nightlight under the door. The marine biology book. Counting the boards. The birthday with no cake and Dudley's satisfied cruelty and the moment when he'd pressed his palm to his cheek and thought probably fine and something deep in his magic had said, absolutely and finally, no it is not. He thought about all of this without flinching. It was very small, he said. Yes, said Ragnarok. I was very small, said Harry. And I made it as okay as I could with what I had. And what I had was very little. But I was figuring things out even then. He looked at the ground. Even there. You were, said Winky quietly. I don't want to be angry about it, said Harry. I know some people would say I should be. I know it was wrong and I know they were wrong and I know it should never have happened. He paused. I was angry for a while. Around 6, 7. It came and went. He looked at the lot. Now it just feels like the beginning of the story. Not a good beginning. But mine. Ragnarok said nothing. He stood at the fence with his hands behind his back and his old bronze face absolutely still, and he was, Harry knew, holding something privately in the way Ragnarok held things that were too specific to be general, with the same stillness he'd had in the war room when he told Harry about his son, present and contained and not performed. Harry reached into his pocket. He had Gerald's web. Not the spider. Gerald had died at 5, on the mountain, and he'd kept the web on its small piece of board, and then kept the board, and it had been in his pocket every day for 6 years. He looked at it. Then he stepped up to the fence and placed it on top of the post carefully. The web was old and fragile and the morning was cold, but he set it down and let it be there. Okay, he said. That's it. He stepped back. Okay, said Ragnarok, which was not a word Ragnarok typically used, but which in this specific moment was exactly the right word. They walked back to the car. Harry did not look back. The Old Tongue archive took 11 days. He worked with the specific intensity he brought to things that mattered and had a deadline, which was the intensity of the training chamber and the draconic grammar and every other thing he'd decided was worth doing fully. Winky worked alongside him. They didn't speak much, the work required the kind of quiet that talking interrupted, but the rhythm of it was companionable, 2 people who had been working alongside each other for 7 years and had the shorthand down to gestures and glances. The last 40 pages of the archive were dense with the Old Tongue's associative layers, and they were about what Harry had suspected, the mechanism for the dissolution of a soul fragment that had been separated from its source by unnatural means. The text confirmed the theory they'd built 4 years ago. But it went further. The fragment in the scar, the text said, was not merely a passenger. It was a tether. It had been tethering Voldemort to life as much as the scar had been tethering it to Harry, a two-way connection, each end holding the other in existence in ways neither had been designed to sustain. Destroy the other Horcruxes, weaken the primary source sufficiently, and the tether would fail. Not dissolve, fail. The fragment would return to its source not because it was drawn back but because the scar would stop being a viable anchor when the primary source was strong enough to pull but not strong enough to hold. The distinction was critical. It meant the scar fragment's removal was contingent on the primary source's state at the critical moment. Too weak, the fragment dissolved harmlessly. Too strong, the fragment returned and reinforced. Precisely at the threshold, which the text called, in the Old Tongue, a word that translated to the knife moment, the fragment would return and the source would be complete enough to die properly. This is a timing problem, said Harry. Yes, said Winky. We need to know what state he's in when the last Horcrux goes, said Harry. We need to destroy them in the right sequence to control the final state. He was moving through the implications in real time. Which means the order matters. Not just what we destroy but when. Dumbledore's map, said Winky. Yes. Harry was already writing. I need to talk to Dumbledore today. He sent the letter by Goblin Rider, faster than Owl, and the riders knew the route by now. Dumbledore's reply came in 3 hours. I have been looking at the map all morning with the same thought. I think we agree on the sequence. Come to Hogwarts. I will show you what I know and we will finalize it together. There is also, separately, something I would like you to see, at Hogwarts, before the term begins. A room that I think you should know exists. Harry looked at this. What room? He wrote back. One that shows you what you most need, came the reply. In your case, I suspect it will show you something different from what it has shown most people. I find I am curious. They went to Hogwarts on a Tuesday. Not the main entrance, a side approach, through a path in the forbidden forest that Dumbledore had arranged, which came out near the greenhouses and then through a courtyard and into the castle through a door that most students never used. It was clearly deliberate. Dumbledore did not want Harry's first time in the school to be a grand entrance watched by staff and students. He wanted it to be Harry's first time in the school. Harry appreciated this. The castle hit him the moment they stepped inside. Not in a manageable, polite way, in the way that something very large and very old and comprehensively alive with 2,000 years of accumulated magic hits you when your magical sensitivity is calibrated to stone and fire and the deep hum of inhabited places. It was like walking into the mountain, but denser, more layered, with more voices in it. It smelled like the deep halls and like something else entirely, and it was full of the specific warm noise of an enormous building that has been loved for a very long time. He stopped walking for a moment. Winky, beside him, said nothing. She felt it too. Her hand found his elbow briefly, not holding him, just touching, the way she did when she was saying I know without words. Dumbledore was waiting in the entrance hall. He looked at Harry, and Harry looked at him, and the specific thing between them now, built over 4 years of letters and one extraordinary night and everything since, was different from what it had been at the first meeting. Not warmer exactly. More honest. More mutual. The castle knows you're here, said Dumbledore. I can feel it, said Harry. It does that with strong magical signatures, said Dumbledore. Most students feel a version of it on their first arrival and then it settles into background. I suspect in your case, it won't settle, said Harry. No, said Dumbledore, with the small contained pleasure of being correctly anticipated. I don't believe it will. He turned. Come. The room I mentioned. He led them up through staircases that moved without warning. Harry navigated them easily, because moving architecture was a problem of spatial attention and he'd been developing that for years in the deep halls, and through corridors that smelled like chalk and old books and the specific particular smell of a place where children had been learning for centuries. On the 7th floor, in a corridor Harry recognized from Dumbledore's descriptions, they stopped in front of a blank stretch of wall. Think of something you need to understand, said Dumbledore. Something that is not a simple thing. Harry thought about the knife moment. About timing. About the sequence of Horcrux destruction and the critical threshold and what the last moment would actually look like. The wall opened. The room behind it was not what Harry expected, though he'd been told about the Mirror of Erist and had assumed the room might contain it. What was actually in the room was, nothing, except light, a diffuse warm light from no visible source, and in the center of the room, the mirror. It was tall. Taller than he expected. Elaborate frame. The inscription across the top that Dumbledore had described, Erist stra eru oit ube kafru oit anwosi. Harry walked to it and looked in. The mirror showed him what he most deeply desired, and what he most deeply desired was, not what Dumbledore had been expecting and was not what Harry had been expecting either. It was not his parents. Not Ragnarok or Winky or Ignis. Not the plan succeeded, not the war won. It was an ordinary room. A kitchen, warm, slightly chaotic, with books on every surface and something cooking on the stove. And in the room there were people, his parents, yes, but also Ragnarok at the table with a document, reading with his usual attention. Winky at the worktop. Ignis visible through an enormous open window that shouldn't have been possible in a normal kitchen but was there because it was a mirror and mirrors could be generous. Skeek arguing with someone off to the left. Grindak standing in the doorway with his dispatch book, looking long-suffering and entirely content. Not a victory. Not a triumph. Not a solved problem. A room full of people who had chosen each other. Harry looked at it for a long time. Then he said, "I know what this is." "What is it?" said Dumbledore, carefully. "It's not a warning," said Harry. "You showed it to people as a warning, don't get lost in it. Don't stop living for it." He looked at the image. "But I'm not lost in it. I can see exactly what it is." He looked at Dumbledore. "It's accurate." Dumbledore looked at the mirror. At what it showed. His face did the complicated thing it did when he was moved by something he hadn't expected to be moved by. "Yes," he said, very quietly. "I believe it is." "I'm going to make that room," said Harry. "Not the specific kitchen, I don't care about kitchens. The people in it." He looked at the mirror one more time. "That's the plan. Not the defeat of Voldemort, that's a step in the plan. The plan is what's in that mirror." He turned away. "Right," he said. "Show me the Horcrux sequence. We have work to do." The rest of the day was the actual work. Dumbledore's study was larger than it looked, with the quality of magical space that has been adjusted over decades by someone with specific needs, and it was warm and full of the particular ordered chaos of a man who thought in multiple directions at once. Fawkes was on his perch and made a sound when Harry came in that was different from the polite attention he gave most visitors, something more personal, something that had waited for a long time. Harry looked at the Phoenix. The Phoenix looked at Harry. Something passed between them that was not a word and not magic, exactly, but was in the register of both. "He knows," said Dumbledore. "What does he know?" said Harry. "I think," said Dumbledore carefully, "that he knew your mother. Phoenixes have very long memories." He paused. "And I believe he finds you reassuring. In the specific way that phoenixes find things reassuring, which is not the same as what humans mean when they say reassuring." Harry looked at Fawkes for one more moment. "Hello," he said, quietly. Fawkes trilled. Not the full Phoenix song, that was, Harry had read, something that happened on its own terms and couldn't be requested. Just a trill. But warm. Then they worked. The map of the Horcrux sequence took 3 hours to finalize, with Winky's ward theory knowledge integrated into the destruction methodology for 3 of the Horcruxes. She had developed, over 4 years, a ward dissolution technique that would work on enchanted objects and which she and Dumbledore had been corresponding about for 2 years and which, now that they were both in the same room with the actual objects in question, came together with a clarity that the letters hadn't quite achieved. Dumbledore showed Harry the locket, which he had retrieved from a cave on the Scottish coast the previous winter and which sat in a containment case on his desk and hummed with the low hostile frequency of an object that was aware of being studied. Harry looked at it with the attention he'd brought to everything for 7 years and felt the fragment in it, the cold and hungry specific quality of a piece of something that had been separated from the rest of itself for too long. "It's afraid," said Harry. "Pardon?" said Dumbledore. "The fragment," said Harry. "In the locket. I don't want to say suffering, that might be too much. But it's in a state of incomplete existence and it knows it." He looked at Dumbledore. "When we destroy the Horcruxes, the fragments in them. They don't just cease, do they? They return to the source. Every time we destroy one, the source gets a fraction back. That is the mechanism," said Dumbledore. "Then the sequence matters for the source's condition, not just ours," said Harry. "If we destroy them in the wrong order, we strengthen the source at the wrong time and make the final encounter more dangerous. Yes, said Dumbledore. He looked at Harry. You worked this out from the archive text. The archive text and your intelligence report and the theory we built 4 years ago, said Harry. It took all of them together. He paused. The sequence should go from weakest to most powerful. The locket first, it's the most deteriorated fragment. The cup. The ring. The diadem, if it exists and if your intelligence on Hogwarts is right. Then, he stopped. Then the snake, said Dumbledore. And then the final encounter. Nagini, said Harry. She's not just a Horcrux, she's a weapon and a shield and Voldemort's most direct connection to his own power. She goes last before the final encounter because killing her will destabilize him significantly. Yes, said Dumbledore. And in the final encounter, said Harry, the condition of the fragment in the scar depends on how much the source has been weakened by what preceded it. He ran through the mathematics of it, the threshold, the knife moment. If we've destroyed 5 Horcruxes in the right sequence, the source will be weakened exactly enough that the fragment in the scar becomes unsustainable, said Dumbledore. And I don't have to die, said Harry. Or I don't have to stay dead, which is what the archive text actually implies. The fragment can be expelled by a sufficient shock to the magical system without permanent cessation of life, if the source is in the right state. He looked at Dumbledore. The old text calls this the knife moment. The instant where the fragment is caught between 2 states. If we get the timing right, the fragment expels itself, said Dumbledore. And takes the connection with it. Yes. This is, said Dumbledore carefully, the most sophisticated analysis of this problem I have encountered. And I have been working on this problem for 23 years. 4 years of collaboration, said Harry. Remember? Yes, said Dumbledore. I remember. He was quiet for a moment. Are you ready for Hogwarts? Yes, said Harry. Are you ready for what Hogwarts will be, not the building, but the people, the politics, the... Yes, said Harry, steadier. I'm not going in blind. I know the social landscape, I know who's likely to be who, I know what the prejudices are and where they come from and how to work with them. He paused. I'm also not going in alone. No, said Dumbledore. You're not. He looked at Winky. I have arranged, he said, with some effort and some resistance from certain quarters, for Winky to have formal standing at Hogwarts as a magical researcher and your designated associate. Not a servant. The paperwork uses the term affiliated independent magical practitioner, which is new terminology I invented for this purpose and which I intend to make standard. Winky looked at him with those enormous eyes. You is making it paperwork, she said. The ministry requires paperwork, said Dumbledore. Paperwork, once filed, is very difficult to reverse. It is a weapon I have used for 60 years and recommend enthusiastically. Harry smiled. And Ragnarok? Ragnarok has formal diplomatic standing as your guardian, which the ministry has been extremely uncomfortable with for 7 years and has been completely unable to do anything about, said Dumbledore. He will have continued access to Hogwarts under the diplomatic courtesy provisions of the Non-Human Beings Accord, which predates the ministry and which the ministry therefore cannot override. He paused. I have also had a conversation with Ragnarok about, I want to be precise about the wording here, expanded recognition of Goblin political standing within wizarding institutional frameworks. It was a very long conversation. I believe we made progress. What kind of progress, said Harry. The kind that starts with me acknowledging that the current arrangements are unjust and ends with a specific legislative proposal that I will be presenting to the Wisengamot in November, said Dumbledore. Ragnarok wrote most of it. I added the parts that made it politically viable. Between us, it may actually pass. Harry looked at him. That's what 4 years does, said Dumbledore. When people are honest with each other. They left Hogwarts in the early evening, the same way they'd come in. Harry walked through the Forbidden Forest path with Winky beside him and the castle at his back, and he could feel it behind him the way he could feel Ignis at a distance, the specific signature of something very large and very old that had registered his presence and was not going to forget it. At the forest edge, he stopped and looked back. Hogwarts in the evening, from the forest path, was the kind of thing that people spent years trying to put into words and generally failed. It was lit from inside, warm and specific, every window its own particular golden light, and it sat above its lake and its grounds with the comfortable solidity of something that had been there long enough to be part of the landscape. Harry looked at it. He was not afraid of it. He was not overwhelmed by it. He was looking at it the way he had looked at the mountain range from the valley floor the first time, the way he had looked at the deep hall's carved walls on the first night, with attention, with respect, with the patient curiosity of someone who intends to know something thoroughly. "Ready?" said Winky beside him. "Almost," said Harry. He stood there for one more minute, letting the castle be what it was and letting himself be what he was, and finding that the two things were compatible. More than compatible. The castle was full of magic that was old and layered and had been shaped by people for a very long time, and he was full of magic that was old and layered and had been shaped by creatures for a very long time, and the two things could coexist and perhaps, over the next several years, could do something more interesting than coexist. "Okay," he said. "Let's go." Ragnarok was waiting at the deep halls when they returned. Not in the war room, in Harry's rooms, which was unusual. He was sitting in the chair he sometimes used, the one beside the bookshelf with the marine biology books and the Bridges book and everything that had accumulated over 7 years into the specific library of someone who read everything and kept what mattered. He had a cup of the dark tea and he was reading something, and he looked up when Harry came in. "How was Hogwarts?" he said. "Big," said Harry. "Old. Alive in the way this place is alive." He put his pack down. "I looked in the mirror of Erist." "What did it show you?" Harry told him. Ragnarok listened with his hands around his cup and his face still and then, at the end, looked at the bookshelf for a moment before looking back at Harry. "You were in it," said Harry. "At the table. Reading something." Ragnarok said nothing for a moment. "With a document," said Harry. "Looking at it with that expression you have when something is technically correct but annoyingly incomplete." Ragnarok made the sound. The goblin exhale. The one that had been a near laugh since the mountain in October and had gradually, over 7 years, become simply a laugh. "The Horcrux sequence is finalized," said Harry. "Dumbledore has 2 of them. We know where 3 more probably are. The 6th is here in Britain and we're close on location." He paused. "The timeline is, not tonight," said Ragnarok. Harry looked at him. "Tonight is your birthday," said Ragnarok. "The timeline will be the same tomorrow." He set down his cup. "Vora's granddaughter sent something by Ryder today, it arrived an hour ago." He pointed at the table, where a small wrapped package sat with Skeek's handwriting on it, which was as distinctive in 3-dimensional packaging as it was on paper. Harry picked it up. Unwrapped it. Inside was a book, Advanced Goblin Treaty Law, annotated, in Skeek's handwriting in the margins with notes that were both highly technical and occasionally biting in their assessment of the original text. On the title page she had written, "For when you eventually do what you said you'd do." Harry looked at the annotation on the first page. This argument would not survive Ragnarok's counter, see Deep Accord Clause 9. The author is wrong but politely wrong, which is worse. He laughed. Winky appeared from the side room with food and set it on the table with the ease of someone who had been timing meals to conversations for 7 years. She sat down. Ragnarok sat. Harry sat. The 3 of them ate, in the greenlit room under London, with the carved walls around them and the old stone warm under their feet and the distant hum of 2,000 years of goblin civilization woven into the rock. Gringotts appeared in the doorway with his dispatch book and then, seeing the scene, stopped. "Sit down, Gringotts," said Harry. "I have dispatches, they'll keep," said Harry, which was something Gringotts said and therefore landed differently than it would have from anyone else. Grindax sat down with the expression of someone executing an unexpected order with full professionalism. He opened his dispatch book and then closed it again, which was, for Grindax, a significant gesture. "There will be a letter from Hogwarts tomorrow," said Harry. "Formal enrollment. I'll be starting in September." "The sorting," said Ragnarok. He said it with the specific tone he used for things he had opinions about. "I know," said Harry. "I'm not going to let the hat dictate anything. It can have its opinion." "I believe," said Ragnarok, "that it will have a very loud opinion." "It's a hat," said Harry. Grindax made a sound. "What?" said Harry. "Nothing," said Grindax, in the tone that meant something very specific. Grindax. "I have a dispatch," said Grindax, "from our Hogwarts historical liaison. Who, 3 years ago, you asked to research the last time the sorting hat produced an immediate, unambiguous placement." He opened his book. 1743. Alberic Grunwald, who went on to reform the European Goblin treaty system and who the wizarding world considers a footnote. He closed the book. The hat sorted him in under 4 seconds. It argued with everyone else for at least 40. "It's going to argue with me," said Harry. "At length," said Grindax. "Good," said Harry. "I'll argue back." The room was quiet for a moment with the particular quality of quiet that comes just after a very good sentence. Later, after Ragnarok and Grindax had gone and Winky was in her room and the deep halls had settled into their nighttime register, Harry sat at his workbench with the Goblin Knight from Ragnarok and Skeek's annotated treaty law and the Dumbledore letter, all arranged in front of him. He wasn't reading or working. He was sitting in the way he sometimes sat when he wanted to be in a place and know that he was in it. He thought about tomorrow and the letters and the enrollment in September and the castle that had felt like coming home in a way that made home mean something more complicated and more true than it ever had before. He thought about Voldemort, in the Albanian forest, rebuilding, closer now than 3 years ago but not close enough and not yet fully itself. The plan was ready. The sequence was finalized. There were things to do and things to find and a final encounter somewhere in the future that he held in his mind without flinching, had held it there for 4 years, and found it no more frightening now than the cold mountain in winter, present, demanding, survivable with the right preparation. He thought about the mirror. The kitchen with the books and the people in it. His parents. He thought about his mother, who had died making a decision that Voldemort had calculated as weakness and which had turned out to be the most structurally sound magic in the story. He thought about his father, who could not walk past a reflecting puddle without checking his hair, and who had been head boy at 17 and who had put his body between a wand and his wife and son and known it was not going to be enough and done it anyway. He thought about what it meant to come from them. The stone under his feet was warm. He put his hand flat on the workbench and felt the warmth from below, the 2,000-year hum, the old magic in the rock, and his own magic met it the way it always did, with the easy recognition of something that had been home for 7 years. He took out a piece of parchment. He wrote, "Ignis, tomorrow I enroll. September I start. I'll write when I know which room they put me in." The castle is exactly what you'd expect from humans who have been pouring magic into stone for 1,000 years, large and complicated and very much alive. I think you'd find it interesting and maddening in equal proportion. Come visit at Christmas. I'll arrange it. I'd like you to see where I'll be. Harry. He sent it. Then he picked up the annotated treaty law and opened to Skeek's first margin note, "The author is wrong but politely wrong, which is worse," and began to read. The green fire burned steadily. Outside, above the deep halls, above Diagon Alley, above London, it was nearly midnight on July 31, 1991. Harry Potter was 11 years old and had been building something for 7 years, quietly, thoroughly, in the halls under London and on the mountains of Wales and in the letters between himself and an old wizard who had learned, slowly and under pressure, how to be honest. What he had built was not a defense. What he had built was a foundation. And in September, he was going to walk through the doors of Hogwarts Castle with a free house elf on his left and the backing of the British Goblin nation and a dragon who would be visible from the astronomy tower if she felt like it, and he was going to take his seat at whatever table a 1,000-year-old had decided was appropriate, and he was going to learn everything the school had to teach him and teach it a few things in return. He was not afraid. He was not hiding. He was not waiting. The Sorting Hat was going to have opinions. The castle was going to know him the way stones know fire, immediately, permanently, changed by the encounter. And Voldemort, in his Albanian forest, in his cold and fractured state, was going to spend the next several years discovering what it meant to have built a plan for an opponent who no longer existed. Harry turned a page. The fire stayed exactly where he'd put it.